Good evening, everybody. This is Tina, the clerk in the chamber. I had mentioned earlier, but I'll just state it again for those who joined on. Council is expected to be about 6:15 when they'll be starting the public hearing. Good evening, Councillor Swanson. It's Tina here in the chamber. Can you hear me?
I can. Hi, Tina. How are you?
Good, good. And we can hear you as well and see you. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Councillor Carr. Can we do a audio test?
Absolutely. Tina, how are you?
Good, good. And we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
And we're also seeing you well.
Good. Tina, it's
Yes.
Councillor Carr here.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. It said, no, it's okay. I'm fine.
You're okay? We have Hal with us tonight if you need anything,
Yep.
and he's intently listening to you.
Okay. So I think. Okay. I think that it was fine. It
Okay.
just something just resolved. Thank you.
Okay, perfect, thanks. Councillor Fry, would you like to do an audio test, please?
Sure thing. Good evening, Tina.
Oh, do you want to try speaking a little closer?
Well, I could certainly try speaking a little closer. Test 1, 2.
Yes,
Teeth
that
fly.
works better. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart. How about a audio test?
Yep, great, thanks. Ready to go.
All right. Just got to make sure we have quorum. I was letting people know around 6:15.
Oh, no, we've got a couple more minutes for sure.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councillor Bly, I see you there. Would you like to do an audio test?
Yes. Hi, Tina.
Hi, you're coming in loud and clear. Thank you.
I have an LOA for tonight, but I'm joining the meeting and then I will drop off it, but I'll send you a note.
Okay. And if you miss any representation, we'll try to make sure we note that so that we can help you with links afterwards if necessary.
Yes, I appreciate that. I do plan to watch it in the background, but I just have a board book to read. That's
Oh,
been
okay.
updated.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and do both, but I just want to keep you updated.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
I can hear you loud and clear. Tina, can you hear me?
Likewise, and we can see you. Thank you. Mayor Stewart, we're just doing a couple of checks here with our sound, so we'll just hold for another moment.
Hi, could you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear somebody.
We're just making sure we're connected for the public as well.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
So Mayor Stewart, if you're ready, you do have quorum, and I can give you the 5 countdown and we'll flip the switch.
Okay.
Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to call this public hearing of Thursday, March 11th to order. For the purposes of confirming we have quorum, please ensure your video is turned on. Only council should have their video enabled, so not proponents or staff or any presenters. Any staff or applicants should disable their video. We're convening this meeting by electronic means under Ministerial Order M192. Oh, I'm getting some feedback there. If our connections are lost during any portion of this meeting, we'll recess until the connection is restored. To make this live stream this meeting will have both audio and video. Video of council members speaking, presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Members of the public can also listen to the proceedings via the live stream and YouTube link, which is tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. Presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. And I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. Lastly, following the updated guidance issued on February 5th, in-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is not permitted under the PHO order on gatherings and events. Therefore, speakers will be providing comments by phone and will assist folks who are patching through when their call comes up. Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young.
And Clerk, this is Councillor Bryan present. Thank you.
Yes. Did I hear Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yes.
Yes, you did. Present.
Okay. The meeting has quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks so much. And as always, we acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and thank for them for having care for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. And of course, we always want to shout out to staff for doing a fantastic job as usual, but especially during COVID-19. So thanks to staff. For this evening, speakers have 5 minutes to make their comments. They should state whether they are in support or oppose the recommendations and if they reside in the City of Vancouver. Speakers can only speak once and should follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn. Any comments on agenda items can be submitted using our online form at vancouver.ca/public-hearing-comments, and the link is also on Twitter. A reminder that Council's role at public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means that Council is only to consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation, and if we stray off into policy conversations, I'll try to gently get us back on track. The Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant or technical advice from staff, but should save debate for after the close of speakers and the moving of after the report is moved. After hearing from speakers, Council may approve in principle the application, refuse the application, or defer the application for further consideration. So it's not likely that we're going to get to item 4 tonight. So speakers have been advised of this because we have a lot of speakers for item 2. And the next reconvene date for this public hearing is Thursday, April 1st at 6 p.m. So the first item is City 1 Text Amendment 100 West 49th Avenue, which is Langara College. Anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? I don't hear any, so the clerk's going to now read the application and summary of correspondence.
This is an application by Schmidt and Associate Development Planning Limited to amend CD1 district at 100 West 49th Avenue to accommodate the college's current phase master plan for the campus, which consists of academic and community buildings. If approved, subsequent development permits for specific buildings will be submitted individually with each phase of expansion. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 3 pieces of correspondence in opposition and 2 pieces of correspondence regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5:30 p.m. today.
Mayor Stewart, are you on mute or?
Looks like we lost the mayor.
Yes, I'm going to have IT connect with the mayor because those are the rules that we need to connect with the mayor.
I think I'm back on.
Ah, there we go. Thank you.
I'm getting kicked on and off of Cisco though. I'm just getting kicked on and off of Cisco, so I'm just going to switch from the web to cellular. I'll be right back, clerks.
Okay, we shall wait for the mayor.
There we go, council. Can you hear me, clerks?
Yes, Mayor Stewart.
Okay, I'll just keep an eye on it. If I cut out, just let me know and I can switch to a different connection. So thanks so much. We've now heard the overview. And if there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by code 15917 hashtag to get on the list. We have Tiffany Rougeau from the Rezoning Center. And we do have speakers, council, so we'll ask for the presentation. Please, Tiffany Rougeau.
Hi there. I'll first ask if you can hear and see the presentation on screen.
We can.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tiffany Rougeau, and I'm the planner for this application to amend the CD1 bylaw at 100 West 49th Avenue to allow for the phased master plan of the Langara College campus. The subject site shown in red is zone CD155. It is 20 acres in size and located at the southwest corner of 49th Avenue between Langara Park and Ontario Street. It shares a south property line with Langara Golf Course and is adjacent to the YMCA. Across Ontario Street to the east is zone RS1 and falls outside of the Cambie Corridor Plan boundaries. Across 49th Avenue to the north between Cambie and Ontario Streets, the Cambie Corridor Plan allows for 4-story mixed-use buildings with a density of up to 2.5 FSR. Several recently approved applications for 4-story mixed-use buildings are located along this portion of 49th Avenue, including an active rezoning application for the YMCA. The site is located on a major arterial with regular bus service and is 3 blocks east from the Langara 49th Avenue Canal Line station. There are 3 cycling routes nearby: Ontario Street, 45th Avenue, and Cambie Street bikeways. This rezoning application is being considered under the Langara College Policy Statement, which was approved by Council in 2005. The policy statement provides a policy and site planning framework to guide future development and campus expansion. The site also triggers the city-adopted rezoning policy for sustainable large developments, and as such, the rezoning application is not only informed by the goals and directions within the policy statement, but also the requirements set forth in the large sites rezoning policy. The existing CD1 allows for institutional and accessory uses limited to school and daycare, with a maximum FSR of 0.94 for the site and building heights up to 23 meters. Existing facilities include 5 campus buildings, a library, athletic facility, and a 62-space childcare facility. There have been a handful of minor amendments to the CD1 bylaw over time to allow for immediate programming and spatial needs. Langara College has recently experienced a period of rapid and unprecedented student growth that has put a strain on its existing physical resources. The amount of growth in student enrollment has far exceeded all previous projections. The current proposal by Langara College is intended to present a long-term vision for the campus, one that provides for the needs of the current student population as well as prepares for a range of future growth scenarios. This rezoning application was received in March 2019 and proceeded through a longer review process than is typical due to the complex nature of institutional uses. Staff have assessed the proposed master plan for the college and conclude that it meets the intent of the Langara College Policy Statement. The application proposes amendments to the current CD1 bylaw to allow for the required campus expansion. These amendments include an increase in density from 0.94 to 1.66 to accommodate additional institutional floor area as well as an expanded daycare facility. The uses remain institutional, which is consistent with the existing bylaw and policy statement. New buildings are proposed on either existing surface parking lots or on existing building footprints in order to preserve the trees and open spaces on site. Loading and vehicle parking for the site is proposed to be located underground, as the new buildings will replace a large portion of the college's existing surface parking. Over the next 25 to 30 years, the main organizing principle for the new master plan is to better integrate built form and open space. The campus site plan is organized by locating taller, 6-story buildings closer to the center of the site. Buildings transition in scale to 4- and 2-story buildings along the perimeter to be more compatible with the neighboring properties. The 4-story heights along 49th Avenue are buffered by significant building setback and aligns with the 4-story mixed-use buildings anticipated across the street per the Canby Corridor Plan. The 4-story building form along Ontario Street also includes significant screening of existing trees. The south and west interface, facing Langara Park and Langara Golf Course, have 4-story buildings proposed, which do not create shadowing impacts to park space. As part of the rezoning application, the applicant team has worked with staff to develop an accompanying set of draft design guidelines, which will inform further design development on each building. The design guidelines set general intent on the massing, form, and height of buildings, as well as the landscape and open space network across the campus. The images within the application documents display general massing, as the final form of development for each building will be established through the development permit process. The development permit process includes public notification and opportunities for the public to provide input. Consistent with the policy statement and the design guidelines, connections are proposed linking the campus with Langara Park, Ontario Greenway, Langara Trail, and public transit. The application will contribute to street improvements along 49th Avenue between Langara Park and Ontario Street, including a separated bike lane along 49th Avenue, a protected bike lane along Ontario Street between 49th Avenue and 52nd Avenue, and delivery of a Langara Trail connection along the Ontario Street edge of the site. Rezoning conditions also include the provision of additional bicycle parking, end-of-trip facilities, public bike share stations, and provision of a green mobility and transportation demand management plan. To reflect Langara College's recognition of its place on the unceded territory of the Musqueam Nation and support of its Indigenous students and community members, the proposal includes construction of an Indigenous meeting house and landscaping, which is envisioned as one of the key outdoor learning spaces on campus. The proposed application responds to the objectives and principles of the Langara College policy statement. Subject to the approval of this rezoning application, staff recommend amendments to the policy statement in order to bring it up to date with current council's directions and policies. The proposed minor amendments include removing outdated sections, as they will be superseded by the draft design guidelines, which reference current city policies. The amendments also reflect an updated site context and goals that respond to new enrollment expectations. These amendments are consequential, and as such, staff are using this opportunity to bring the policy up to date to better reflect current policies. A community open house was held on July 23, 2019. Over 2,200 notifications were distributed, and the public were invited to provide comments or questions on the application materials. Staff received 20 pieces of feedback. Of the comments received, there was support for increased building height and density, as well as retention of green space. Some comments raised concern about traffic congestion and lack of street parking, building height, and that student housing should be included in the proposal. This application generates a variety of public benefits. In addition to the off-site improvements, such as the protected bike lane on Ontario Street, the application also includes an in-kind community amenity contribution in the form of 12 additional childcare spaces valued at just under $1.9 million. The 12 additional spaces will be added when the existing 62-space childcare facility is relocated and constructed during the first phase of development. These additional spaces will be secured through a legal agreement, and childcare facility ownership will remain nonprofit with the college. In addition, the applicant will also be required to pay DCLs and provide a significant public art contribution, bringing the total value of the public benefits offered to just over $26 million. Staff concludes that the proposed Langara College Master Plan is an appropriate urban design response to the site and its context, and that the application, along with the recommended conditions of approval, is consistent with the Langara College policy statement. This application sets the general form, height, density, and land use permitted for the site through amendments to the CD1 bylaw and creation of draft design guidelines through which each future building would be reviewed during the development permit application process. Approval of this application would enable the college to further contribute toward the city's long-term strategic goal of providing high-quality lifelong learning that affords opportunities for residents to develop and enhance their lives. Thank you. Staff and the applicant team are available for questions.
Great, thanks so much. I'm just going to check and see if the applicant team would like to say anything or just answer questions.
It's Laurie Schmidt. I'm just confirming you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, the applicant team would just like to make a brief statement, if we could, please.
Absolutely. Yep. Please go ahead.
So my name is Laurie Schmidt, president of Schmidt & Associates. I'm the applicant on behalf of Langara College. First of all, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Tiffany and city staff for their guidance and hard work on this proposed rezoning you see before you. I want to point out to Mayor, Council, and staff that we have our full team online tonight available to answer any questions. And I'd like to close by introducing Ian Mass. Ian is the chair of the Langara College Board of Directors. And Ian would like to make a brief presentation on behalf of Langara College. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're on mute. There we go. I can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, councilors and city staff, thank you for the opportunity to share a few words with you about Sonolflelam, Langara College's long-term vision and an important part of our master plan, the important part that it plays in achieving that vision. First, I want to acknowledge with respect that I'm speaking to you today from the traditional unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. My name is Ian Math. I'm the chair of Langara's Board of Governors. I live in Vancouver, in Champlain Heights, and I'm sure it's obvious, but I'm in favor of this, this proposal. Langara is also known by the name Sonolflelam, which means House of Teachings. The name was given to the college in 2016 by the Musqueam people as a mark of our place on their lands and our growing friendship. Langara is committed to advancing the educational recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and is embarking on the development of a new indigenization strategy for the college and incorporating that strategy into our new 2025 strategic plan. That new strategic plan sets out our long-term vision for Langara. Along with indigenization, it establishes a vision of an institution that continues to be student-centered and welcoming to all, and that provides innovative, high-quality programs that prepare students to contribute to their communities and the local economy. A college that is deeply engaged with our local communities for mutual benefit and is a modern, sustainable organization. The campus master plan for Langara that is being considered here tonight is a critical foundation for us to achieve that future vision. As mentioned, for many years now, more and more students have been choosing Langara to prepare for further studies or their ongoing careers. While we're happy to welcome more students, it's created space shortages and challenges, and the campus itself has been operating at 120% capacity. This master plan increases the density on campus and would allow us to replace our aging facilities with new buildings of sufficient size and height to support our growth over the next 25 years while respecting our residential neighbors. We are excited about the college's future and the opportunity to build a modern environment for learning and applied research that's sustainable and welcoming to all, and that helps us benefit and strengthen connections with our local communities and Indigenous partners. Our team that has put this plan together is here with me, and they would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Is that it from the applicants for presentations?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm going to move to council now. You can ask questions to the staff or applicant. Of course, this is the only chance you have to ask a question of an applicant, but after we hear from speakers, you'll have another chance to talk to staff if you need to. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks to staff and the applicant for presenting this. It's absolutely a gorgeous vision for Snewolf Lalem. Did I get that right? Snewolf Lalem, the future of Langara. Fantastic. I really appreciate the attention to the landscaping and the kind of public congregation spaces, the Indigenous buildings and form. And I guess my first and immediate question, though, is looking at it, given the location on a SkyTrain station and the significant amount of development that we anticipate coming into this area, including Oak Ridge and the surrounding area, is this ambitious enough for a master plan as far as the capacity to deal with what will soon be a very major center of town within the next 25 to 30 years?
Over to the applicant.
Could you go bigger is the question, I guess.
I am going to defer that to the architect, Steve Teeple, if I can, please.
Sure, thank you, and good evening, Mayor and members of council. I mean, one could always go a bit bigger, but you know, the campus is in a neighborhood, and we're trying to find a very careful compromise between respecting that neighborhood and enabling growth. The master plan was based on very detailed analysis of student growth. So each increment is actually represents when the college hits a certain amount of student growth, this is the amount of space that you would require. And it actually does meet all of the requirements for growth that that analysis indicated, which was performed by an educational ECS, an educational consulting service. So the volumes of building relate to a detailed study of growth and provide the area for growth indicated by that study in the time increments indicated. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that response. And so I'm assuming then this does leave the flexibility to grow with the neighborhood as well then. The other question on the issue of on the bike share, what is the extent of bike share that you guys contemplate for this space? It seems like a great opportunity, and I only see a couple of bike share sites on the map.
The applicant.
Maybe Corey, could you respond to that one?
Yes. My name's Corey Chan. I'm the local architect working with Teeple Architects on this. So the bike share for the moment has only we've been working with staff, and we have identified 2 locations along Ontario based on what staff has currently asked for. one of the things about the master plan is that this is just a baseline, growth analyses, and one of the intentions is as new buildings come online and parking and bicycle traffic is studied, if increased, bike shares need to be placed in, it would be part of the requirement within the development permit. So there is a level of flexibility for growth. But as of today, we've only been asked to indicate the 2 sites currently shown in the plan.
Sure. Okay. So I guess for me, the logical connection as somebody who takes SkyTrain and uses bike share would be to really integrate this well with the SkyTrain station and a comparable sort of separated bike route. Even have there been conversations of that nature with our staff and in concert with this master planning, so that you could get off the SkyTrain, jump on a bike share, make it to class, that kind of an idea?
We've actually discussed bike route and along 49th, and a secondary route which will be open to the public but really intended for students, is to have some of the pedestrian pathways that enter into the campus suitable for bikes as well. And while the bike share program really that's, like we said, is going to be discussed and negotiated as per development. There's also a lot of underground and Class A parking for people with their own bikes that will be incorporated within the project as well, including increase end-of-trip facilities as.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, as it goes. Yeah.
Thanks. Councillor Bly.
Thanks,
Up to 5
Mayor.
minutes.
Great, thank you very much. So I just have a couple questions. One regarding childcare spaces. The city's sort of identified a priority as the provision of childcare spaces, and I'm just curious, given that the existing space is 62 spaces, 12 additional childcare spaces, although welcomed and valued, it seems low to me. So I'm just wondering if there's more to know about that.
Applicant?
I'm going to defer this to Wendy Leonard of Langara College.
Thanks so much. Please go ahead.
Mayor, we might have an audio problem. Stop my timer. I just have a few questions. So,
Lori, I'm glad to handle it as well, if you like.
Okay, yeah, it seems like Wendy's having some audio problems. So if you want to handle that, Steve, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we are experienced designers of childcares, and when you get above a certain number, it becomes a bit unmanageable. So adding the 12 makes actually for quite a large childcare to be a single entity, to be properly managed. So we're trying to up it to what would make sense as a logical large daycare without it getting kind of beyond control. So we're upping it to a large single daycare. Thank you.
okay, that makes sense. Just wanted to see where the decision was laid. I have a question around the bike path or the proposed bike route on 49th and also on Ontario. So there's a protected bike lane at 49th and Ontario now, and I appreciate it only sort of stretches, I think, 1 block. So is the intent to continue with the same structural setup, but all the way to 52nd? Oh, sorry, that's for staff, I guess.
Hi there, this
Staff?
is Tiffany in the Rezoning Center. Our colleagues in engineering will address that question. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. This is Lisa Morishida, Senior Transportation and Development Engineer from Transportation. Generally, yes, that is the intention, is to improve some of the existing cycling infrastructure that exists on Ontario today. Currently, it was more of a temporary treatment that was added to Ontario, and through this application, we would seek to make that more permanent.
Okay, great. And then I'm going to save my second question about the bike lane to the end because I have another question for the applicant. Is just around the Indigenous Meeting House. I love this idea. I just wonder if we can get a little more understanding of what programming looks like from the perspective of the applicant. And is this part of the public art or in addition to?
Steve, do you want to take this one, please?
Sure. I mean, again, yeah, it's not designed at this stage, but it would be seen as a meeting space between the community and the college for multiple uses within the college and for people who needing a space for meeting. It will be a simple pavilion in the park. We have a Alfred Waugh, a local Indigenous architect who worked on the preliminary studies that you saw. So it'll be a simple one-story meeting place for multiple uses.
Okay. Okay. I'm not sure. Thank you very much for those answers. If I have a bit more time, I will ask the question of the bike lane or the bike lane provision for West 49th. And just curious, it's so dual carriageway and peak hours. How will it be managed? We're going to see that that street go down to one lane each way bidirectional. What will that look like? That's to staff.
Staff?
Thank you for your question. It's Lisa Morishita here from Transportation. 49th Avenue, the bike lane is intended to be raised and fully protected, so it would be separated from motor vehicle traffic. Also, on the note of traffic and operations, we had heard questions about queuing behind buses, and there will be space to pass buses as they're stopped to pick up passengers there. So there will be adequate travel space for both motor vehicles and protected space for cyclists.
So are we going to lose the dual carriageway during peak hours?
I believe the buses will stop on the south side of 49th, and motor vehicles would be able to pass.
Okay, I'm not clear on that answer. Perhaps I'm sure I'm getting close to being out of time, but I'll follow up. I just would like a clear picture of what exactly that would look
You have time to ask staff questions after the public speak.
No
so
problem.
thanks. Okay, Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Great, thank you very much. I'm interested in understanding the large increase in the student population that was referred to early on in the presentation. How much of this is attributable to foreign students and how much is domestic? Can you elaborate?
Applicant team?
Wendy, if your audio is working, can you handle this one?
Can you hear me? Sorry.
We can, yes.
You can hear me? Okay. So a large percentage of the growth at Langara, it's been when Langara had its original master plan, when the Canada line came on, we had tremendous amount of growth after the Canada line. So we've just had a tremendous amount of growth. Not sure. Sorry, what was the question again?
The question is the nature of the growth. There's been a significant development of foreign student growth in all post-secondary institutions in the Lower Mainland, and you've drawn attention to the fact that there's been significant growth at Langara, and I'm trying to understand whether that has been influenced by this large influx of foreign students.
Elaine, are you able to answer that question?
If I may, Mayor and Council, Lane Schwaber, President Leader, I can answer that question.
The clock is ticking.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Okay. Sorry. Yes. Great question, Councillor Hardwick. Our growth right now of international students. From 7 years ago, we went from 1,000 to currently 7,000 students head count. International students to be particular, of our total count of over 21,000 students.
Okay, that's from 1 to 7, so a multiplier of 7 within a reasonably short period of time. Obviously, the pandemic has had an impact on the foreign student market. Um, all of your students, or the majority of your students, are studying remotely. Can you shed any light on how the pandemic has affected especially the foreign student market?
In terms of the pandemic right now, we do have some courses which have to be delivered face-to-face, either through regulatory means or because of accreditation or transfer requirements to other post-secondaries. And that means at a peak right now, we have up to 800 students on campus, not all at the same time in a day, and that's roughly 5%. The other 95% are studying offline or at home right now. And we do have a number of international students, to your question, who are also studying overseas, who will need to come and complete their education here in Canada following federal government guidelines.
In terms of you, the reason I'm asking this is you spoke about your projections. There was a question by Councillor Fry about whether this should be built larger. And the answer was that there had been a consultant that had done the growth projections based on a sophisticated analysis. So that's really what I'm trying to understand is the growth pattern and how much you see growing internally and how much from the influence of foreign students.
So in terms of our capacity right now with international students, we're at capacity. We don't see taking any more. For a variety of reasons. Number one is we want a cultural fit. We want to integrate these students into Canadian culture. For our domestic students, which is probably your larger question, right now we've seen a decline in the 18 through 24 cohort that we start seeing upticking in the next 5 to 6 years as we start seeing the students who are going through K-12 start coming to us and our other post-secondary institutions in the province. And that's when the demand will be peaking along. We also have seen an uptick because obviously COVID, people are looking to reskill. I hope that answers your question.
Well, it is. I'm very interested in this area. So thank you. Just while we've been talking, I found my old Langara student card from 1977-78, dating myself.
Well, for a quick plug, our foundation will be reaching out to find one of our former Langarans. Thank you.
Well, and my husband, who's a Studio 58 grad, and my daughter from the
Awesome.
Fine Arts program. So thumbs up.
Thank you.
Council, we do have a couple of speakers to this item. If you have questions for staff, you can of course ask them now or after speakers, up to you. I just wanted to remind you of that. But this is the only time you have to ask the applicant questions. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Mayor, I'm going to direct my questions to the applicant. And the first one, maybe I'll switch gears for a bit here. You are located immediately adjacent to Langara Golf Course, which is luckily an Audubon certified sanctuary and prime habitat for birds and other wildlife. So I'm wondering if you've had any engagement with the Vancouver Park Board with respect to the construction, the build out, and any impact on the birds or wildlife or mitigation?
Chris Phillips, is this something you can take?
Yeah, I was trying to unmute here. Can you hear me?
Muted? Yes, we can.
Sorry.
You were unmuted. We can't hear you.
Please go ahead. We do have limited time, so if you can jump in, that'd be super.
I've stopped your clock, Councillor.
We earlier on the process.
You seem to be cutting in and out, speaker. Perhaps somebody else from the team can take this.
Corey or Steve, can you fill in for Chris on this one?
To be honest, Steve, thank you again. I'm not sure what Chris was going to say about that engagement, but bird protection will be a key part of the design of each building. All the glazing will be treated with bird frit to make sure there's no issues with that habitat from a kind of conflict point of view. But in terms of the engagement, that would have been Chris. I would also mention that there are several strong connections toward the golf course imagining that someday it may evolve and that there's a trail system that connects along it and that connectivity would be important in the future. But I don't have the rest of Chris's answer.
So can you hear me now? It's Chris Phillips.
I can, yes. Please go ahead.
I just want to add, if you have a moment, Mayor and Council, we've been looking at a very naturalized landscape approach to the future of the campus lands, including enhancing a wetland and using much more of indigenous species of planting and naturalizing, which will support a larger bird habitat context for the park. So I think that's part of the city's ambitions in parks to expand the larger ecology in this neighborhood, and that's our approach we've taken so far.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that. Second question on a different topic is just building on the other questions around the student population. Can you just recap succinctly in terms of, you said you're 120% capacity now, but what you will be able to serve in terms of your student population? And is it numbers or is it more in diversity of programs due to building types? Can you just give us a bit of a sense of how the Langara tomorrow will be different and who it can serve with this renewal?
Lane, can you answer that again, please?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. In terms of our analysis of our space pre-COVID, we had a shortage of 145,000 square feet for students. With the replacement, the other challenge we had is our original building, Building A, opened in 1970. It was built to the building code of the time, and if there's a significant seismic event, we had an engineering study done in 2010, it indicates that that building will in all likelihood pancake. And so this is obviously a concern for us for life safety for everybody. Moving forward, the first phase of the, should council approve this, the first phase would be a Building A replacement, which adds on additional square footage over the additional building. And that would allow us to accommodate the additional students. And then the other issues that we deal with is also the type of learning space for students. If you go into Building A, it's a very institutional space, one that reflected the time it was built. Students and programming is very much differently now. We need collaborative space. This new building is where we'll be housing our daycare, our social service worker program, our early childhood education program. And then we will also have our collaborative spaces for applied research with faculty working with the community.
Okay.
Whether that's projects from, sorry.
I'm running out of time. So how many?
You're actually, you've got 3 seconds.
How many
So,
students? Do you have a number on new students?
Sorry?
Did you have a number on new students?
I think we're past and lots to do tonight. So I'm going to move on to Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Great. Thanks, Mayor. And Councillor Hardwick, I just recently came across my 1977 to 78 faculty, Langara faculty card. I was not even finished my master's degree. It was, but anyway, it was a wonderful place to teach. And now, so my first question is around the childcare, because I remember even when I taught for 12 years there, and it was so coveted as a place to register. You got pregnant, you put yourself on the wait list. So there was a long wait list then. I'm wondering if that's still the case around the childcare, because it was a fabulous childcare with the early childhood education program. And are you could you possibly increase it to add even more spaces to meet community demand?
Steve, can you respond to this one again, or Lane?
I think it's probably better for Lane to answer that one.
Okay, thank you. In terms of looking at the daycare space, whatever we do has got to be based on what can be done safely for our learners. To your question, though, Councillor Carr, we do have a wait list to get into the program because we charge a lower rate than the average in Vancouver, and we do track that as part of it. Our priority is always students, followed by employees, and if there are any spots open at that point, we will open those up to the community, and that periodically happens. And we've had many employees who've had their kids go through the daycare before they move on to school. So it is, the challenge for us is how do we do it in a way that we have qualified people and the right learning environment for toddlers.
Yeah. Okay, I totally understand those standards that you're looking to apply. It just, if there's any encouragement, it's had an incredible, always a reputation for quality, and you're right, affordability. My second question has to do with student housing. It was raised early in the presentation by staff tonight as one of the issues that has been raised by the public. Again, when I taught there, it was almost all local students who got great quality education at a much lower fee, student fee than enrollment fee than the universities. But you do have your international students, and I'm wondering if there was at least contemplation of student housing, especially given the international student population.
It's Lane. I'm happy to take that one. Councillor Carr, we have looked at housing. We are trying to pursue some other options, partnering with others on that. The reason is that our footprint is very limited at the college, and our priority right now is building a replacement. The other challenge is that if we have to build student housing and we have to make it affordable for students, one of the challenges is how do we do that without making it unaffordable? And so that has been one of the things that we've wrestled with. And so we're looking for those affordable options, which may not be on campus, but will be with others who do provide student housing. This is something that our board has pushed us on as well, and we're continuing to pursue.
I'm glad you're continuing to pursue. That's I'm happy to hear that. My final question is around the green building goals that you've got, and I noticed that you're going to the low emission goal around green building standards, and I'm wondering if you have contemplated really striving for the most ambitious of targets in terms of near zero or zero emission standards, given that as a public educational institution, there's a learning opportunity around how you can build buildings to that zero or near zero emission standard that we know all buildings are going to have to achieve, really hopefully sooner rather than later.
Steve, can you take that one, please?
That's absolutely the goal of the master plan. Is we realize as it gets executed, zero GHGs, net zero are going to be the standard, not the current LEED gold that all buildings adhere to, and that's absolutely what the aim of the master plan is.
Oh, it
Thanks
is.
so much.
Okay.
Sorry,
Good.
Councillor Weep. Councillor Weep, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, first question. In the report, it talks about you becoming a zero waste campus. What goals are you doing to make that a center of excellence, become a zero waste campus?
Steve again?
I'll defer that one. I think Corey probably has a better knowledge of that, and as does Wendy. The campus has a very detailed waste program already, and this master plan extends it. But I would say either Wendy or Corey probably can answer it better than.
Wendy, do you want to take a shot at that?
And I guess while we wait for Wendy, the other question would be, recognizing that you show a plane where a couple of the blue roofs will deliver some of the water, recognizing we're close to a golf course, is there an opportunity to put all gray water into the natural scape? And then my next question would be either to you or to staff. On the east and west of Building B, it looks like really small corridors. And if we try to do interconnected biodiverse corridors, recognizing the green space to the south of your project, is there an opportunity in a future date to increase the corridor size to ensure the biodiversity and natural pathways?
Applicant team?
I'm going to rely on Corey or Steve. I think Wendy continues to have some technical difficulties.
I think with respect to this last question, it's I think Chris Phillips is probably best to discuss water runoff.
Thank you, Corey.
Yeah.
Chris Phillips, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. We have been working to prepare, first of all, an integrated stormwater management system that tries to handle as much of the water on site as possible through infiltration and using the existing wetlands. And that's evident on the plan on the whole eastern portion. So that corridor that runs between the two buildings is part of an ecological kind of corridor that includes vegetation and stormwater to expand a larger, more integrated systems of natural ecology.
I guess my question was, could you expand that to connect to Langara, recognizing that you've got a little bit of space between building B and your building?
Your question is, currently under the building program requirements, we haven't allowed for that space, and I have to defer that to the architectural team, but we're very close to, I appreciate there's a very thin connection through, but at the moment it's not anticipated. I don't know if Steve, you want to respond to that, or Corey, to the possibility of increasing that corridor to Langara Park?
Yeah, there are two pathways that are allowed that we think are adequate, but they could certainly be increased.
Yeah. Currently, they're considered as physical connections to integrate circulation movement to the park. But as Stephen said, we could contemplate the ability to enhance the ecological value of that as well.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And it'd be great on the zero waste side of it. If down the future road, obviously I've seen some campuses around the world are going to full zero waste. So composters on site and integrated water management systems. So it'd be great to see this project really move forward the green agenda and showcase to the rest of us on how it can be done. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions from councillors at the moment. So we're now going to move to hear from the public. If you'd like to speak to this item, 1-833-353-8610, 15917 hashtag to get on the list. And we do have some registered speakers, council. The first registered speaker is Tony Ditmars. Looking for Tony Ditmars. And if I could ask all other speakers to mute so we don't have noise in the background. Staff and council, thank you. Tony Ditmars.
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay.
Up to 5 minutes.
Yep. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name's Tony Ditmars. I live on 52nd Avenue, half a block east of Ontario, house number 55. I'm opposed to the report's recommendations because I object to the parking lot of a university emptying into a residential neighborhood, which happens at the southeast entrance to the campus at Ontario and 51st. And I don't think that the plans to curb this traffic are firm enough. I've lived at my address for 35 years through a number of college expansions, and every time there's an open house, the planners they suggest that there will be efforts made to curb the traffic out of this entrance, but nothing ever changes. I was told that Ontario would be closed off to vehicles between 51st and 52nd. I was told that the southeast entrance would be for service vehicles only, neither of which happened. All that's been done is to put a traffic barrier at 51st and Ontario, and this only diverts traffic into the alleyway between 51st and 52nd, which my house backs onto, and also onto 52nd Avenue. At the July 19 open house, the southeast entrance was marked as a service entrance. When I asked staff at the open house for clarification on what that meant, none of the city or college staff could provide an explanation of what that actually meant. The current city webpage artist rendering shows that the southeast entrance is apparently only accessible by southbound traffic on Ontario, with no mention of it being a service entrance. And yet, in Table 7.1 of your Transportation Assessment Management study, projections are made of a 20% increase in traffic at this entrance, both north and southbound, incoming and outgoing, with no mention of efforts made to control it. Much of that traffic will end up in the alley behind my house and on 52nd Avenue. In conclusion, I would urge the city to identify how they will control traffic from this entrance and protect our neighborhood before proceeding further with the redevelopment. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks so much for calling in this evening. I don't see any questions from council for you, so we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks so much. The next speaker, council, is Helen Nichols. Speaker number 5, Helen Nichols.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening to the Mayor and Vancouver City Council and staff. My name is Helen Nichols, and I registered under the opposed category due to the current plan as I understand it. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight and share my opinion and observation on the proposed amendments to Langara College Master Development Plan. I appreciate that the college and the neighborhood coexist. I respect the vibrancy that the college brings and the important educational function the college serves, but suggest that it is important to balance the needs of the college and those of the residents who choose to make this area their home. My first point is around the proposed building height and location of Sub-Area 1. I'm a resident who lives across the street from the college on Ontario Street, and while I appreciate the college has additional space requirements, I find it curious that the suggested location to construct would be one of the largest buildings in the redevelopment envelope, up to 6 stories, is across from residential homes, which they themselves are not zoned beyond the traditional zoning. I'm also concerned about the increased shade from the buildings when residents are trying to enjoy their yards and the lack of privacy from 6 stories above my house, with what I estimate to be about 80 feet separating the two. Could the envelope be reconfigured and reimagined? Could the location of the larger buildings be considered at the other side of the campus next to the park that straddles the YMCA and seems to be rather infrequently used? I walk in the area often, and even when school's in session, I rarely see the green space known as Commons Field, which runs along West 49th used. Could any of these areas be considered for the largest and the larger buildings, and while protecting the green space and place it along Ontario Street? If a building has to be built along Ontario, can it be one of the smaller buildings or look to subgrade? With respect to overall densification and finding a balance, I want to share a few experience and comments on being a good neighbor related to garbage, parking, and noise. Densification results in more garbage, which is frequently blown onto Ontario Street and caught in the bike barricades. Parking when students return is challenging, as many people accessing the college park in resident-only zones, which makes it difficult for the residents themselves to park near their home, especially elderly residents. This problem will be intensified. Anecdotally, pre-COVID, we enjoyed a jackhammer across the street digging up concrete in the college parking lot until late in the evening around 11 p.m. during the week. When my husband went to inquire, the contractor was very gracious and stopped. However, the next evening it continued. How will the college address a long construction schedule over the course of many years, during which one would assume would need to be done when classes are not in session? And my last observation is around traffic. Ontario is designated as a traffic calmed bike route. Pre-COVID, traffic is very busy. Monday through Saturday, as a community, also accesses college space when classes are not in session. That's a very positive endeavor. However, traffic in Ontario can be like a parking lot, and I worry somebody's going to get hurt or worse because of the overcrowding on what is supposed to be a traffic calm street. There are bike barricades, which we understand were supposed to be temporary while the science building was built, but continue to be in place, despite not always being accessed, which makes for a tighter road for vehicles and bicycles to share. When you protect only 2 blocks, very few use it. While I registered in the opposed category, it is opposed to how the plan is presented now. Like most things, the truth lies somewhere in between, and I'm a realist. I assume some development will take place. I've lived in the area for 16 years. I've raised my family here. I want to stay here. I don't want to live across from a 6-story building. I appreciate your consideration of my comments and observations. I look forward to a solution that addresses the needs of the college and the needs of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in this evening. I don't see any questions for you. So, Councillor Carr, there you go. Up to 5 minutes.
Yes. Thanks. Did you determine that it was 6 stories from looking at plans or at the open house? I'm just wondering where you got the 6 stories from.
But the open house and the card and the poster, and also looking on the site, along Ontario, there is 4 stories and 6 stories and 4 stories, as I understand the plan.
Yeah, I will follow up with questions, but I'm reading in the report that facing Ontario will be a 4-story building with a 2-story wall at the street with significant screening of existing trees. So I will follow up that question. I was just wondering where you got the information of 6 stories, because I'm not reading that in this report, but I will follow that up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions. And just want to thank you for calling in this evening. So, Council, I'm going to now call for the first time, if there's any other speakers like to speak to this item, 1-833-353-8610, code 15917, hashtag to get on the list. And ask the clerks, is there anybody on the line for this item?
No, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you. And I'm going to call, I'm obligated to call 3 times, so I will call a second time. The number has been tweeted out and it's available on the live stream. I'm just going to check clerks before I call the 3rd time. Is there anybody on the line?
No, Mayor Stewart.
Great, thanks. So I'm going to call the 3rd time for speakers on this item, and Council, it is 7:20 on my clock, so we'll come back at 7:25 to resume this item. Thanks. 5, so I'm just going to check and see if there's anybody else calling in for this item.
Mayor Stewart, yes, we do have one new speaker.
Okay. Speaker, could you say your name and whether you're a resident of Vancouver?
Hi, my name is Elena St. Amour, and I am a resident of Vancouver.
Great, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thanks. So I'm actually a current student at Langara College, and I'm also a reporter with the Langara Voice. My question is, what will the rezoning and construction mean for students, especially ones who are on who are studying during the construction? Will they still have all the same access as normal? And if they don't, what will it look like?
Right, thank you very much for calling into this. And so in this portion of the public hearing, we're here to listen to speakers, which would be you, and to not, so we don't answer questions from the public or the media in this, what is a quasi-judicial process, kind of like a court hearing, really. And so what can happen, though, is that the counselors can listen to your questions, and if they feel they warrant merit, they can ask staff. And so that's kind of where we're in the process. So we're just here to listen to what you have to say about this project, whether you oppose it or support it. And yeah, so is that
okay? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, I think you have a question from Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank the speaker for calling in. It's really important to hear from the students of the School of Court, and we have the ability to ask staff questions. So I just wanted you to know that your question's been heard, and I'm happy to ask staff the impact of students during any additional development.
Great, thanks so much. And that's it for speakers. So council, we're going to close the speakers list now. Actually, I'll check with the clerks. Is there anybody else on the line?
No, Mayor Stewart.
Okay, so I'm going to close the speakers list. And then council, because we haven't had any correspondence after 5 p.m. today, we're going to close the receipt of comments and now move to the applicant. Applicant, do you have any closing comments?
No, we just want to thank Mayor and Council for this opportunity, and we'll be available to answer any further questions or comments you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Staff have any closing comments?
No further comments. Thank you.
Okay, and I've got now, Council, you can ask questions to the staff. So I've got Councillor Carr on up first in the queue, up to 5 minutes. Councillor Carr.
Great, thank you. I will let Councillor Blyan, who's on the list, can she express interest in asking the question raised by the student? So I'll leave that aside. But I did want to ask a question of staff regarding several of the speakers actually raised concerns around the Ontario facing development and concern around the density there, but or the height there. So my read, the one speaker talked about it being a 6-story wall and was concerned about the shadowing. My read of the document, as I noted, was that it's a 4-story along Ontario with a 2-story street wall with significant screening with trees. So could you please comment and give me an answer on that? What is the height of the buildings along Ontario? Is there a drop down? Is there screening with trees in order to avoid, and what is the shadowing impact of the buildings on that Ontario facing side?
Thank you. This is Susan Chang, Development Planner. That is correct. It is a 6-story building. All 6-story portions are centrally located on the site with significant setbacks from the property line. So the 6-story portion is set back 85 feet from the property line. However, the predominant building form that will be perceived at the street level is 4 stories, stepping down incrementally to 2 stories. And you are correct, there will be mature trees and tree groupings that will be retained that will provide a buffer Additionally, there is no shadow impacts to the property across the street.
Okay, great. So it is a six-story. And when you say it perceived as 4 stories, what do you mean by that? And when you say projected 2-story street wall, what does that mean in terms of why should it look only 2 stories? Is it, you can say it's stepped down?
Yes, okay. So as perceived from the street level, it will be a predominantly 4-story building. And the reason being that the 6-story portions are significantly set back from the street. The 2-story portions are intended to provide articulated elements so that it reduces it minimizes the length, the frontage, the building frontage. It articulates it, as well as opportunities to retain trees.
Okay, so the whole building, the actual big building itself is 6 stories, but it is stepped down, and there is no shadowing, and there are mature trees. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Good, thank you. That's my only major question. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Next is Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I wanted to follow up on the question from one of the speakers with respect to the egress and in and out of the parking lot on Ontario. And I know it's going to be 1,100 spaces, and there was concern expressed from one of the local residents in terms of that potentially, quote, dumping into the alley, just paraphrasing. And I wonder if staff can speak to clarify the actual flow and if there's any mitigation measures in place in terms of traffic flow coming out of the parking lot, given the residential area that it's exiting into.
Yes, hi, thank you. Thank you for your question. This is Lisa Morishida from Transportation. Vehicle access will be available from Ontario opposite East 51st Avenue. The goal is to reinforce that the signalized intersection at 49th and Columbia is the primary principal vehicle entrance to the campus, and that entrance from Ontario providing secondary access only. In terms of loading management plan, there will be a loading management plan required, and that will show that all loading access will be from that primary signalized intersection at Columbia and 49th. But passenger vehicles will be allowed to access the campus from that Ontario driveway. Drivers should not be shortcutting through the neighborhood using alleyways. The right-in, right-out diverter at Ontario and 51st was intended to protect the neighborhood, but improvements on Ontario, including widened sidewalks and protected bike lanes, raised protected bike lanes, should signal to drivers that Ontario is a place for bikes and not be shortcutting through the neighborhood.
Okay, and follow up to that, when you said that the main entrance signal to be off of Columbia or and signal not just through those measures you've described in terms of the bike lane and others on Ontario, but do you mean through signage? Like, how is that signaled through the actual design in terms of how people are guided into campus signage? Can you just expand on that a bit?
Access to the campus should be from as close to arterials as possible. In this case, that closest access is from 49th and Columbia. In terms of shortcutting through the neighborhood,
so if somebody's in the parking lot, they've entered, let's say they're coming along, they're heading to Langara, they're in a vehicle, they come off that main entrance off of 40, coming off the arterial. Is there anything once they're in the parking lot that directs them back onto the arterial as opposed to exiting in that secondary exit on Ontario? How does that function?
That design would be finalized through development permit.
Okay, so those concerns could be addressed. Just to be clear for sort of, residents in the area that have raised this, those concerns could be, now they've been flagged and brought up, could be considered in the parkade design as when we get into that level of specificity. Is that right?
That's right. Also, in terms of efficiency, drivers will, it will be more efficient for drivers to access both access and egress from the campus using Columbia and 49th. Going to Ontario is supposed to be for people walking in for biking. It will be more efficient for people to access using Columbia and 49th.
Okay, thanks. And then a follow-up question to the one I asked earlier of the applicant, really with respect to recognizing the unique Audubon certified habitat that's very friendly to birds and other wildlife. Are staff quite satisfied with the measures with respect to native plantings, greening throughout the site, and others in the context of the environmental considerations?
Thank you, Council. Cynthia Lau here from the Rezoning Center. Yes, staff have provided information and worked with the applicant as part of the design guidelines, and this will be further reviewed through the development permit process as we see more detailed drawings for this application. There's also information on improvements to the wetland, and the existing wetland currently on site will be preserved and remediated.
Okay, and with full public access to that wetland area? And the green space?
Yes, there will be.
Okay, thanks. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bly, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple follow-up questions related to the parking concerns raised, and just wondering what is the additional capacity proposed compared to what? Because there's quite a large surface parking lot there now. Might have missed that in the reports. The increase in capacity and parking with this proposal.
Hi there. Thank you for your question. Lisa Morishita from Transportation. Parking is actually not expected to be increased through this.
Right. Okay. Okay, that's good. I thought so, but I just wanted to double check. And so also, Lisa, maybe you could help me understand, and I appreciate the sort of egress and design to mitigate any impacts in the neighborhood regarding the parking lot. But I do note that the plan will suggest that vehicles coming in and out will also be crossing a new bike lane on 49th. So just to understand more about how that is proposed and whether or not that's been identified at this stage of the proposal.
So the crossing at 49th is intended to be fully signalized, including the bike crossing. So the movements for cyclists on 49th and the movements for motor vehicles accessing Langara College should be separated.
Okay, got it. And so to be clear, is there any, what I'm trying to understand is during peak hours, that's an extremely busy artery to get sort of from Canby to Maine and across to the east side. And I'm just wondering how traffic management team have looked at this application and what impacts there will be, understanding that there is a SkyTrain station right there and, you know, bike lane, and ideally less cars will be traveling, but just to understand more about the impact, since that was sort of the primary concern raised by the public.
Certainly. So the current operations on 49th are intended to remain generally consistent over time. The improvements at 49th and Columbia include a westbound left turn lane. So it will be that much more convenient for vehicles traveling westbound to access Langara College. And again, that separation for motor vehicle movements and pedestrians and cyclists will improve traffic safety at that intersection.
Okay, okay. And then just I appreciate that. And then in the context of the question of the speaker, who was a student of Langara, and I realize we don't have the applicant on, so you may not be able to fully answer this question, but just wondering, in consideration of a active campus and learning and things like that with students' needs, I wonder if staff have any insight into how the sort of fulsome plan being realized impacts their learning experience.
Hi, Council. As part of any development in that phase like this, will work with the staff as part of their development permit process, and as they move into construction management. Construction access and revisions would be reviewed by staff during the time of construction and their building permit works. I would expect that the first phase is likely to be on the existing parking lot as to have disruption to the students, and that's what's been conveyed to staff thus far.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fry. up to 5.
You know, I think my questions were largely covered there. I just want some clarity though that there is contemplation from the city to complete sort of an east-west cycle connection between Cambie and Main Street, and especially those transit routes. So I see it on the map for this master plan. I'm just seeking some kind of confirmation that there will be a larger cycling connection between Main and Cambie.
Staff?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Yes, generally there are plans to extend the bike lanes beyond the frontage of this development application.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks so much. Councillor Carr, I see you on the list, about a minute and a half left on your question time. You might be muted.
Yeah, actually, I
Okay.
just found the answer to my question, but I to move the recommendations. Mayor?
Sure. There's no one on the queue, so yep.
I'm happy to second, Mayor. Councillor Boyle.
Okay, great. So I'm going to move us to a debate queue. That's moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Boyle. I'm going to clear this queue. Anybody want to say anything about this?
Yeah, well, me.
Okay. Councillor Blyon, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll keep it brief as we've got a number of applications tonight. I just wanted to speak in support of the application. I had the pleasure of attending this school as a, dare I say it, mature student with an 11-year-old and a 6-year-old at the time. And it was pretty great to be in a college experience with actually 18 and 19-year-olds in my class, believe it or not. It was amazing. Everybody wanted me in their group. So it was a real treat. I think that the low sort of barrier approach to the school itself lends to wanting more students to be able to attend, and they were very much at capacity when I was there, and that was about 6 or 7 years ago. So yeah, I said speak in support. I think the additional childcare spaces are important, and I appreciate the balance of making sure that a large operation can still run effectively, and appreciated the answers from the applicant. The Indigenous Meeting House open to the community for use, I imagine could bring a lot of benefit. There's a ton of events that are held in the front lawns of the school right now. And there is that corner that's actually often underutilized in my memory. So I think that that's great, a great addition. And, you know, I think with the SkyTrain as close as it is, it's I think maybe just 2 blocks and very well used. The addition of the infrastructure for the bikes, which I also used a lot, actually makes a lot of sense in that area. And it sounds to me like staff have really planned to manage the traffic flow and even improve it with a left-hand turn lane heading westbound. So happy to support and look forward to seeing this proposal realized in the future.
Thanks so much. We've got Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Mayor. And I also just briefly also wanted to say that I'm quite happy to support this proposal and wanted to say a big thank you and congratulations to the whole team at Langara that's been working on it. This is an exciting development. Langara plays a really important role in the city, and so delighted to see it continue to grow and meet the needs of more students, including through this expansion.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, so say I had taught there, my first teaching job, and it was a fabulous place to work. So it's pretty exciting. It's been way too many years, but exciting to see this expansion and to see the enrollments at the college, sorry, it was a college when I was there, the university, actually grow over time, and obviously the need is there. The demand is there, the need is there to expand. I know that this is a 25-year build out, and it has had extensive parking lots, even more back when I was teaching there. Happy to see that that surface parking lot space is what is going to get utilized. very happy to see the expansion and the childcare, and I understand the limitations that were explained because of the fact that it is integrated with the early childhood education program. But you know, anything that can be done around that is a fabulous, just unbelievable childcare program there. Regarding the sort of height, density setbacks, I'm happy to have staff answer that question of mine. And reading in the conditions of approval that there are significant setbacks, 85 feet. So the perception of scale in the local neighborhood is going to be quite minimized. Stepping down as well, no shadowing impacts. So that I think is good in terms of neighborhood fit. Regarding landscaping, mature trees are very significant. There is a condition of approval that talks about retention of trees, and so I think that's important. And more than that, though, I was really intrigued in the conditions of approval, to hear the focus on um, uh, not just the mature trees, but actually landscaping as a whole, and that includes not only along the borders, but even in the inside, and included even urban agriculture and um, and indigenous plantings. Um, and regarding that, some real attention to that not only the Indigenous Meeting House, but in terms of reconciliation, the sort of celebration of Indigenous language with interpretive signs and Indigenous art, public art throughout the campus. And I think this is a great vision. So I am, as I say, really pleased to move this and to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. And that's it for speakers. So I'm going to bring us to a vote. Councillor Fry.
Mayor, I might need a vote assist, actually. I've been kicked off the, can I vote in favor, please?
Yes, we'll get that recorded by the clerks. Okay, Council, that has passed unanimously. Thank you to the applicant and staff team and those who called in this evening. And we're going to move on to the next item. Okay, Council, we are moving on to item number 2, which is the extension of rental housing stock official development plan to require rental replacement C2, C-2B, C-2C, C-2C1 commercial districts. Any councillors wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? I don't hear any, so I'm going to get the clerk to read the application and summary of correspondence.
Mayor, can I have one point of privilege before we begin?
Sure.
I'm just wondering, given that we're halfway through our scheduled time tonight, I know you said that we won't get to item 4. I'm wondering at this point when we'll be able to make a call on item 3, because I know there's a lot of speakers for this item, and I'm just thinking it might be unlikely that we get to that. At what point?
Well, it does all depend on council. I was, after the application was read, going to suggest, since there is no actual applicant, this is a staff proposal. We do have 2 rounds of questions to staff. Councillors could hold their questions, kind of skip the first round, the first opportunity, hear from the public, and then save questions until after the public. That would save some time, but again, this is this is up to council how long this takes.
Okay, I'm just anticipating that we may not get to item 3 tonight, so just flagging that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Great. So so the clerk can read the application, please.
Point of privilege, Master.
Yes, Councillor DeGenova.
I'm on the queue.
Well, there's no queue at the moment, so
Oh,
what can I do for you?
Just asked if you had mentioned there was an opportunity to move a motion. If I could also ask, I guess it's a point of parliamentary procedure. Then?
Sure.
Just as a follow-up to Councillor Kirby-Young's point of parliamentary procedure, I'm just wondering if it's possible to move to just hear from speakers on the items tonight and not have debate and decision and move that to unfinished business at the regular council meeting. Just noting that we have a number of speakers and then we could hear from as many speakers as possible tonight.
Well, it's not a bad thought, but it may be a little premature because we do have over 2 hours right now. And if we get to it, we can just see how we do, and then we might need a motion later. So
okay.
we do, I mean, it is quasi-judicial, so we do have to kind of take it step by step for each application as it sits. So so that's kind of where we are at the moment. So I'll get the clerks to read the application.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability to amend the rental housing stock official development plan to extend the requirement for one-for-one replacement of existing rental housing units to the C2, C2B, C2C, and C2C1 zoning districts. The rental housing stock ODP currently requires rental replacement in new developments comprising 3 or more units in certain RM, FM, and CD1 zoned areas in the city. This amendment will further protect the existing rental housing stock by expanding the rental housing stock ODP requirements to these other districts. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 7 pieces of correspondence in support, 18 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 2 pieces of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5:30 today.
Great, thanks so much. Sorry, I'm just checking here. Okay, so if there are any speakers who want to speak to this item, 1-833-353-8610, 15917 is the hashtag is to get on the list. We have Edna Cho, Senior Housing Planner, here to walk us through a fairly lengthy PowerPoint presentation, Council. So it's about 33 slides. So we'll go through the presentation and then hopefully we get to the public as soon as possible. Thanks so much, and over to Edna Cho.
Hi, before I start, can everyone hear me and see the screen?
Yes, we can, and I'll just make sure that it's on the public. Yep, we're good to go.
Okay, great. So good evening. I'm Edna Cho, Senior Planner in Housing Policy and Regulation. And we're here with an application from the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability to extend the rental housing stock official development plan to C2 zoned areas. This presentation will go over the background and summary of recommendations, results of our engagement, as well as a summary of issues. In terms of the background, the rental housing stock ODP is a bylaw that requires one-for-one replacement of existing rental units on any new developments proposing 3 or more residential units. And it covers most apartment areas, so that's the majority of the RM, FM, and CD1 zones in the city, shown in the gray on the map. The ODP covers 77% of the city's rental housing stock and is our greatest tool in preventing the loss of the existing rental stock. As you can see, the ODP has been in place since 1989 when we were losing upwards of 400 units a year, and now, 30 years later, we're losing significantly less. So why were C2 zones not included in the rental housing stock ODP originally? Going back, the one-for-one rental replacement provision in the ODP was significantly expanded by Council in 2007. At that time, there was significant redevelopment pressure on older apartment buildings in multifamily areas of the city, leading to loss of rental and displacement of renters. You can see here in this pie chart, the blue and orange segments are the apartment zones, and they contain the vast majority, so that approximately 80% of the city's purpose-built rental housing stock. So it was recognized that a one-for-one rental replacement requirement at that time would have a dampening effect and slow down the rate of development in those areas. Commercial areas were not originally included in the rental housing stock ODP because they contained significantly less existing purpose-built rental, 4% compared to the apartment areas. So over time, this has meant that development and growth has been explicitly focused in commercial areas and along arterials as the opportunities were minimized in the RM, FM apartment areas, and few opportunities existed for new housing in low-density areas of the city. We've received new direction from Council recently, arising from their concern for tenants and the impacts of displacement caused by redevelopment. Council has directed staff to extend the rental housing stock ODP to commercial areas a number of times over the last 2 years, twice in 2019 when we brought forward the secure rental policy, and again in July of last year when Council referred the C2 6-story rental work back to staff until this work on the ODP was completed. So today's council report is an application from the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to amend the rental housing stock ODP to include the C2, C2B, C2C, and C2C1 zoning districts, as well as consequential amendments to the zoning and development bylaw and the strata title and cooperative conversion guidelines. And this is a map of the C2 zones shown in red that are proposed to be added to the rental housing stock ODP. This next section provides a summary of the engagement we conducted over the fall of 2020. We carried out engagement through a variety of means. Through our website, which we received over 6,500 visits, 2 separate surveys to the general public and to the property owners, which had 400 responses, and through a series of stakeholder meetings with the Renters Advisory Committee, the business improvement areas, the Urban Development Institute, and financial lenders. In terms of how we notified, we utilized our email lists, conducted social media advertising, and 3 separate mailouts to property owners. In total, our notification had a reach of over 25,000 people. In terms of what we heard, we found a very big difference in response depending on whether you're a renter or property owner. We heard lots of support from renters. 75% agree with extending the ODP compared to property owners, in which 92% disagreed with the proposal. From renters, they expressed the need for stronger tenant protection to prevent displacement, particularly of low-income residents. They talked about the need to protect the existing older rental, which can be much more affordable than new rental. We also heard concerns about the pace of redevelopment and the difficulty of finding anything in the market at the same rent if tenants are displaced. We also did hear from some renters that they are more amenable to redevelopment if it were for new rental and not for ownership housing. From property owners, they are most concerned about the reduction in land value and feel it is highly punitive and cite that there has been no net loss in rental units in these areas. Others feel the proposed policy disproportionately affects small-scale property owners who don't have the capital to absorb the devaluation. And finally, this change will slow redevelopment because it negatively impacts their ability to secure financing for projects. In terms of stakeholders, we met with the Renters Advisory Committee, who were highly supportive of the policy proposal and also wanted to ensure that the long-term maintenance of rental is a priority. We spoke to representatives at the Urban Development Institute. They are in opposition to these amendments. They're concerned that projects will no longer be able to secure financing due to the property value reduction. This will slow down development in commercial areas without compensation, and that this change adds another layer of cost and complexity to an already expensive and lengthy process. We also heard from financial institutions, and they told us from a lending perspective, the change will have a negative impact on future and current loans and financing schemes. They would perceive Vancouver as a risky place to develop in light of the long-standing policies to encourage development in these areas, which would impact the amount of loans they provide. We also heard that this would severely impact owners who have just purchased sites in C2 and secured arrangements based on existing policy, and this could result in the foreclosure of properties if they are no longer viable. So that concludes a summary of the engagement. Let's move on to the analysis and summary of issues. So first, let's look at affordability and rents in C2 areas. So if you look at the pie chart on the left, it's showing that the vast majority, so 60% of the rental in C2 areas, were constructed prior to 1975. And according to CMHC rent information at the city level, shown in the bar graph on the right, we know that the average rents of units constructed prior to 1975 tend to be about 40% lower than rents in newer rental buildings constructed since 2018. So the rental that is there now in C2 is much more affordable than newer rental units. How many sites will be impacted by the proposed change? So within the C2 areas, here's a map that shows the sites that have existing rental that would be affected by these changes. They're depicted in red on the map. There's 376 sites, which accounts for 15% of total sites in C2. And it's about 3,000 existing rental units. So overall, C2 accounts for 4% of the city's rental stock. And if the recommendations in the report tonight are approved, the ODP would apply to 81% of the city's purpose-built rental stock, up from 77% currently. How much rental have we been losing in C2 areas? So this is a chart that shows loss and gain by rental by zone in the city. C2 is depicted by the first column highlighted in yellow on the left. In terms of how much rental we've lost in C2, you can see here that since 2010, we've lost 80 units, so that's about 8 units a year, but have gained about 700. So overall, there's been a net gain of about 600 units in C2. In terms of the types of development that will be impacted by the proposed change, it's the projects proposing strata ownership that will be impacted. And as you can see here, over the last 10 years, the vast majority of projects in C2, 3/4 of them have been strata. There isn't an impact necessarily to rental projects, and that's because any new 100% rental projects would more than replace the existing rental on site and will be fulfilling the ODP requirements regardless of whether we extended it to C2 areas or not. As part of this work, we conducted economic testing to measure the impact of requiring rental replacement on existing land values and redevelopment potential in C2 areas. We contracted with Coriolis Consulting, who looked at 3 areas of the city: East Side, West Side, and Mid-Vancouver. In terms of findings, overall, there are a number of factors that impact land values. The number of existing rental units on site matters. So the more existing units that are required to be replaced, the higher the financial impact. Our tenant relocation policy and the right of first refusal provision at 20% below market is important. The more returning tenants, the higher to the cost of the project. The location is another factor. There's a higher impact on higher value west side sites compared to the east side. In addition, the scale of development matters, as well as the value of the existing building and whether the income generated is higher than its value as a redevelopment site are important factors as well. But let's take a look at an illustrative example in the east side. The green dotted line at the top represents the current state. So that's the land value of a redevelopment site at 2.5 FSR for strata with no rental replacement. The dark blue bars represent the residual land value, so what the property is worth at its existing use as a commercial building with a few units of rental on top. And the pink bar represents the impact on land values as a result of adding rental replacement requirements. So in the east side, the impact to land value, depending on the site size, number of existing rental units, is a reduction of between 8 to 33%. So it's a loss of 660,000 to 2.6 million in value. You can see here, rental replacement has a greater impact on sites that have more existing rental units. So this is the typical scenario. We also considered a high impact scenario based on financial lending perspective. When we met with financial institutions, they explained that they always assume the most conservative or highest impact scenario when they do their underwriting. And this scenario primarily has to do with the city's tenant relocation and protection policy. So for sites that have existing tenants, lenders assume that all tenants return and stay in perpetuity because that's what our policy allows. So in this scenario, the impact is a reduction of land value between 11 to 51%. So approximately 880,000 to about 4 million per site. So the results are similar in the west side as well as mid-Vancouver, but shows an even greater reduction in land value. So in summary, landowners can expect an impact ranging from 10 to 30% reduction on their existing land value. Assuming the highest impact scenario, the impact would increase, resulting in a 10 to 50% reduction. So this translates to a loss of about 700,000 to 5 million on the individual sites tested. One thing to note is that even with the current context, no rental replacement requirements, there are lots of sites that aren't redevelopment candidates, as the existing value as commercial site is worth more than redevelopment. But overall, the proposed changes will result in a significant reduction of development in these areas. The next few slides are about implementation. So the vast majority of sites in C2 have small numbers of existing rental, so 80% have less than 10 units. Through implementation in other areas of the city, we know it's challenging to secure a small number of rental units within a larger mixed-use strata development. In order to guarantee security of tenure, we typically require multiple airspace parcels, which are costly, but also has impacts on the long-term operation and management of the building. We also know it can be difficult to secure a buyer or an operator for just a small handful of rental units. So to address these challenges, we will be relaxing our airspace parcel practices in some instances for projects with a small number of rental replacements. And we will instead be securing the rental units through housing agreements so owners cannot occupy or sell them as individual stratas. We were also asked to address the impact on existing in-stream applications that are going through the development process currently. We will continue to process existing in-stream development or rezoning applications under the current requirements of the ODP. We will also grandfather rezoning inquiries that have resulted in a positive letter of response from the city dated between May 1st, 2019 and February 9, 2021, provided that a rezoning application is submitted within 6 months of the date of enactment of the amended changes. In terms of future work by staff, as directed by Council last July, we are intending to bring back the C2 6-story rental zoning work to enable projects to be processed through a development permit rather than a rezoning. It's a more straightforward option in terms of implementation for property owners who are intending to redevelop. So in summary, C2 areas contain 4% of the city's rental stock, and rental replacement of any existing units will now be required if the rental housing stock ODP were extended to these areas. For landowners with existing rental, which is about 15% of sites in C2, the economic testing shows an estimated reduction of land value ranging from 10 to 50%. Extending the ODP will significantly slow the pace of strata development within C2 areas on these sites with existing rental. For renters, extending the ODP will help to preserve the existing affordability of the older rental, which has rents about 40% lower than newer rental, and prevent the displacement of tenants from redevelopment. So thank you. Staff and our consultant, Blair Erb from Coriolis Consulting, will be available to answer questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Council, just a reminder, there is no applicant to this report. Sorry, I'm just pulling up my. So we can ask questions now and then hear from the public and ask questions again, or we could just move to hearing from the public and then
So
asking
I'd like to
questions
move,
after.
Mayor Stewart, I'm on the speaker's list, I think. I'd like to move that we refer the opportunity for council to ask questions, as well as, can you hear me?
Yeah, there's you and Councillor Swanson on the list, so we could, I would have to check if we can actually waive this part of the process.
Well, I think we can move directly to speakers. That was my understanding. That's what I'd like to move, and then refer debate and decision to the appropriate date as you and the clerk see fit, which I would assume would probably be April council regular unfinished business.
Actually, we have to close the speakers list first, and we may not get to that this evening. So we can't defer debate and decision until we've actually closed the speakers list officially.
Okay, I thought we've done. If you don't mind, as a point of parliamentary procedure, I thought we've done that before. We just have to close the speakers list, at some point in one of our backup dates, even.
Yep. So I think we have enough time to get through the speakers list this evening. We could close the speakers list and then have council ask questions then. That's what I'd suggest, as we only have Councillor Swanson seems to have a question, but other than then we get right into
I have questions too, but I probably have 5 minutes worth of questions, and I was planning on moving another round if I didn't get through them. So in the interest
you can go ahead. You're on the.
Is that all right? Great.
Go ahead and ask your questions.
Go straight to questions, but then at what point do we move to refer debate and decision?
We do that after we've closed the speakers list.
Okay, all right. So thank you. My questions to staff are, first of all, I very much appreciate this. Really appreciate all of the information about the financial implications, but also the fact that you know, there's significant communities that would be impacted, and I'm wondering if staff could maybe comment on, you know, for instance, nonprofit operators that may own or operate housing or services on a C2 site. Is that a concern? I just didn't see that specifically outlined in the referral report. I knew I would have a chance to ask about that public hearing.
Yes, so this is Edna Cho, Senior Planner, Housing Policy and Regulations. So for nonprofits that are intending to, you know, if they own sites in C2 and are intending to redevelop, they wouldn't be necessarily impacted by this proposal because they would presumably be redeveloping to more social housing or rental. So I think, you know, existing nonprofits, I don't think would be impacted by this.
So I specifically was referring to, my understanding is this policy specifically talks about C2 zoning, so C2 zone. But if there are a number of other policies we have that currently wouldn't be allowed possibly on site. So let's say the zoning had changed and areas were downzoned, you know, since the time that the housing units came online, market or non-market, could we actually see ourselves, and I think I asked this question at council some time ago, could we actually see ourselves in a situation where they would be required to build more units than they were actually allowed under the zoning for a replacement?
I think that would depend on the situation. You know, typically nonprofits, if they wanted to redevelop.
It's not just nonprofits. I was also wondering about, as I mentioned, market and non-market housing in that case.
Okay, well, in terms of non-market, like rental housing on site, the median units of rental are, there's usually, it's C2 has a small number of rental units in the existing buildings. The median is 5 units per site. So, you know, usually anything that's wants to redevelop to something higher would, you know, they under our rezoning policies, they can go up to 6 stories. But you're right, there probably are some projects that have a higher number of existing units, and so, you know, the project wouldn't be financially viable under these changes.
Okay, and that's where we would see possible financial implications also come in for those. I was giving nonprofits as one example, but I suppose all owners of sites that, you know, were constrained by that zoning, if this were to pass, is that correct?
Yes. So yes, the number of existing units on site is a big determinant of whether you're a redevelopment candidate or not. And, you know, so a lot of sites already without the ODP proposed change would already not be redevelopment candidates. However, proposing this change will make it more difficult to redevelop.
Okay. And just because I'm almost at 3 minutes, I'm going to move right now, I guess, for another round of questions, Mayor Stewart.
So perhaps, Councillor Dejanova, you misunderstood. There are 2 rounds of questions, right? The first one.
Can you stop my clock while I ask you
You would usually, yeah, yeah, you would usually ask the staff or applicant. Then we would go to speakers to hear from speakers, to which you can also ask questions, and then go to a final round of questions. But what I was suggesting is that councillors just not go on the list for this round, this part of the section period. We hear the questions, the statements from the public, and then councillors ask questions after that.
Oh, that's what I was suggesting, but you'd said, Councillor Swanson and I were on, that we should proceed. So now here we are, and there's a few councillors on the queue. So if there's another opportunity to ask questions, I'll hold the rest of my questions.
Okay, thanks. And then we can move on to Councillor.
Sorry if I misunderstood that.
No,
That
I
was
was
my
probably
intention
not.
to move this till after. So sorry.
I was probably not clear in my explanation. Sorry about that. Councillor Swanson, again, you can ask your question now, or you could hold off until after the, I think, 30 speakers that are lined up here. So up to you, though. Up to 5 minutes, please.
I move that we go directly to hear speakers and have councillors ask questions after we hear from them and can incorporate their concerns into our questions.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Actually, if Councillor Kirby-Young and Dominato just took themselves off the list, then we'd be right there. That's what I was trying to get at. Councillor Dominato, you're still on the queue. Do you have a question at this point?
Hi, Mayor. I'm unable to take myself off the queue now.
Oh, okay. I can take you off. There we go. So I don't see any councillors on the list, so I'm going to go directly to questions. To the speakers list, and I have E.L. Daniel as speaker number 1. Yeah, sorry about that, Council. I wasn't as clear as I should have been. Hi, please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Yep, up to 5 minutes.
Okay, good. First of all, I appreciate the chance to speak with the council and the mayor. My name is E.L. Daniel. I'm a landlord. I'm representing a group of a few more landlords. We are owning commercial rental properties. The zoning at this point is or stratified units that you can sell if you develop it, or rental properties with higher density. We have a few concerns. The first concern is the city proposal, the way it was written, the way it was delivered, said that basically the land value will decrease. This statement actually will cause discourage landowners to sell the properties, and by doing so, the city will lose potential new supply of stratified condos for many more new rental apartments. I'll give you an example. If I have currently 15 tenants and I can basically develop 40 stratified units or 60 rental units, if I will not sell my land, you're not going to increase the number of rental units, you're actually going to restrict them. So that's one of the problems with this proposal. Secondly, if you plan to allocate some rental units, we believe that the city should increase the allowable density in order to accommodate the potential loss of stratified condos. Developer will be discouraged to buy these commercial lots due to unclear rental unit title owners. Who will own this unit? It's very unclear. And when I approached some banks and asked them about, potential development mortgage, the bank said that they are not going to provide mortgages for development of mixed stratified rental units when it's so unclear, who is going to end up holding them, who is going to own them. In general, the proposal is very confusing, and I will ask everyone to really think it through. It caused a lot of anxiety, and in the long term, I believe that it will make people to really hesitate to develop or sell their lots for development, and that's the opposite that you want to achieve. That's all. These are my comments, and I hope that it will help with the decision to oppose this proposal.
Thanks very much. You do have a question. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. I just want to clarify your comments. You indicated you're a property owner representing property owners in C2 zones. Is that correct?
So we have a combined 2 lots of commercial zoning, which are rental. Basically, there's this small, additional small rental buildings.
Okay, so it includes rental. How many units?
So we have altogether in a lot that is approved at this point for 40 stratified condos or 60 rental units with 15 tenants.
Sorry, can you clarify that you are planning to redevelop? Is that your?
Well, one of the considerations is yes to develop the 2 lots that we have, combine them, and potentially we can have 40 2-bedroom stratified condos or 60 rental units.
Okay.
I have 15 tenants at this point.
Those are the options that you're considering.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's it for questions. Thank you very much for calling in, and I'm going to move to the next speaker. Great. Nadia Ravello is speaker number 2.
Hi, hello. Could you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Nadia Ravello, pronounced she, her, hers. I would like to acknowledge that I live on a traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Coast Salish people, Tsleil-Waututh, and Nisga'a Nation. I will do all I can to fight colonization and be ally of Indigenous people. I support the proposal, and I can say that I am one of the people you banned to speak in the hearing on the real estate investment trust motion. I am a newcomer. I will complete 4 years living in Vancouver. I'm a community health worker. I live in an area classified as commercial C2. First of all, I want to ask the Mayor Stewart, where does he think racialized working people should live? I am a racialized worker, and I can say that we are the ones with lowest wages, doing frontline work, essential work, and reproducing the workforce with our children. I live in Kitsilano, in a neighborhood that I'm not supposed to live in. My monthly salary is $2,400. I work 35 hours per week, but during the pandemic, I have worked much more to keep the system working. I live in a tiny studio, that my parent and I rent for $2,000. It means almost 100% of my income and the 50% of my household income. I have had to quarantine, work, and I have an entire life in that tiny home during the pandemic. And you must ask yourself why I haven't moved to a bigger place. And I will say, because as a worker, I deserve to live in a place with great transportation, beautiful beaches, parks and facilities close to the workplace I work, and because I contribute with my work to the well-being of Vancouver. And also because with the same money, I'm not going to get something bigger with good condition of air, illumination, transportation, and close to my workplace. And I want to say that the councillor who votes for motion or proposal that allows to destroy affordable housing and overall affordable rental units are accomplices of forced displacement of working people, and they are hurting racialized working people deeply. So I can say that kind of way to vote reinforces racism and it's against workers. City councillors, do you want racialized working people to live where? In halls, in ghettos of poor racialized people? What is your contribution to equity? What is the respect for diversity? Racialized working people cannot live with symbolic gestures. We need to have our material conditions satisfied with dignity and equity. This city cannot allow us to destroy no one rental unit more. Therefore, I ask you to vote in favor of this proposal. If you vote against, you will contribute to impoverish and forcibly displace racialized working people like me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in this evening. Just checking here, I don't see any questions for you, so just want to thank you so much for participating. And I'm going to move to the next speaker, who is Bo Jarvis.
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bo Jarvis, and I'm president of West Group Properties and chair of the board of UDI. I'm here to adamantly oppose this policy initiative. Effectively, by including C2 in the city's rental ODP, it equates to a mass downzoning without compensation to property owners and will ultimately destabilize the very system not only our industry relies on, but also every single property owner in the city. I have to start by saying how disappointed I am where we have arrived on this. And I think it's important that we wind back the clock. I believe it was during a later 2019 council meeting that was a marathon of a meeting. At the end of the meeting, and notwithstanding staff's recommendation against it, a motion was slipped in voted on and passed that would seek to amend the City of Vancouver rental ODP to include C2. Subsequent to the motion being adopted and after the shock wore off, our industry and I personally met with some of you, where some of you acknowledged that you didn't entirely understand what it was you voted for, or at least what the consequences would be. And please let me be clear, I do not fault you for this after that extremely long and confusing council meeting with hundreds of pages of information to review and understand. Since that time, there have been 2 initiatives to try and walk this back, but there was not the political will to carry forward. Fast forward to today, and we have spent an untold amount of taxpayers' money on consultants, staff time, and a significant amount of bandwidth of industry members' time to essentially defend against a downzoning of people's C2 properties. A downzoning that your own consultants and staff acknowledge could strip up to $500 million of people's equity from their properties, up to $5 million on some individual properties alone. And to be clear, many of these properties, if not most, are not owned by large organizations, but are owned by small and medium-sized companies and even individuals. What disappoints me the most in all of this is the time and money went into working towards trying to educate council as to why this is a really bad idea, and we could have spent that money and bandwidth on actually finding solutions that move the dial and deliver more affordable housing. Why do we keep doing this? Why do we keep focusing on punitive policy rather than collaborating on real solutions? I have stood before you on multiple occasions, and on behalf of our industry, I have formally acknowledged the crisis around stable, affordable housing. What's more, I have said we are at the table and waiting for the phone to ring so we can work with you to find solutions. And then I find myself devoting hours and hours towards defending against this utterly ridiculous policy. The irony here is I understand you want to encourage investment in new affordable housing. You all say this publicly, in fact. All this downzoning will achieve is destabilizing the market and dissuading investors from investing in badly needed housing. You're scaring everyone, including the banks. I sat in on the meeting with city officials and 4 senior members of the banking industry, including a president from the Royal Bank of Canada, the largest of the Canadian banks, who said this move would destabilize the market and potentially force them to change the way in which they underwrite real estate in the city of Vancouver. The word, and I quote, foreclosure was used in that meeting. This meeting was recorded by your staff. Is anyone watching and listening to this? The banks are the very foundation of how we finance development and construction, including that of affordable and non-market housing, and they're telling you not to do this. What is truly unfortunate is the narrative on this initiative is entirely out of control. I have seen the call to action by the Vancouver Tenants Union with the heading, rental stock in C2 is under threat, as if it's all being torn down tomorrow, which is entirely untrue. The data, which is in your staff report, simply does not support this narrative. Moreover, there have actually been a net gain in secured purpose-built rental in the C2 zones. The conversation can't be just all about tenants. I will remind you that tenants and landlords have a symbiotic relationship, meaning one cannot survive without the other. This policy will not only diminish a building owner's ability to reinvest in their buildings, it will completely erode many owners' ability to redevelop into new purpose-built rental. It will do this by both devaluing properties as well as sending a strong signal to investors and, most importantly, lenders that the policy around land use and regulation in the city of Vancouver is entirely unstable, meaning what a bank is lending against today could change tomorrow at the whim of council. That is the signal you're sending. Please do not do this. I have said this before, but now I am begging you to push the pause button. Let's get tenants, landlords, and policymakers in a room to find common ground and collaborate and have a balanced conversation about trying to find solutions that are not punitive to any one party. Thank you.
Thanks so much. You do have questions? Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Jarvis, for being here. I just want to reflect back a few things that I heard, and if you can affirm for me. You're saying that broadly the message to industry, and correct me if I'm wrong, is there a growing sentiment of don't do your rental or don't build in Vancouver? Look to do in other municipalities because it's too volatile here?
I would say the answer is absolutely yes.
Okay.
And it's not only our industry, it's the lenders, the Schedule I banks of Canada that are telling you this.
Okay, yeah, I can hear the angst and the passion in your voice on that. The second question is, and I just want to expand a little bit, am I hearing correctly? And I'm phrasing this back because I think it's really important to be clear. You're also suggesting this will actually inhibit the development of new purpose-built rental and potentially those owners not having the financial wherewithal to invest in maintenance of existing buildings, therefore existing older buildings would decay. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, you're hearing that. Let's look at this here. We have an aging rental stock that stopped being built in the late 70s and early 80s. We have rent. We basically have the ability to increase rent taken away from landlords, in particular during COVID, where we're now going to have 2 years of basic rent freeze. We have property taxes going up by 25%. We have insurance going up by 40%, maintenance costs going through the roof. It's a business that's untenable to be in. And now this is a move to downzone property and erode people's equity. It's the only way. People are borrowing from their properties to replace roofs, boilers, upgrade windows. That's how it works. You can't get the rent to do it anymore, right? So absolutely, these buildings will deteriorate. It's already happening in the rental ODP area.
I have one other question, and that was really around, are you willing to come to the table and discuss workable and other solutions if council made a determination not to proceed with this direction?
Councillor Kirby-Young, I have said this time and time again. I'm waiting for the phone to ring. There are some members of council I have called on this very initiative, and I have not received a call back. So, and I apologize for my passion. I am so fed up. We are not doing anything as a community coming together to move the dial on delivering more housing, and it's so exhausting.
Okay. I can't quite see my time there. I think I'm getting close.
You got about 2 minutes.
Oh, that's right. It's 5 minutes. Sorry, I was thinking.
It is 5. Yes, 5. Yep.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jarvis. It's been a long day. Remembering what type of session we're in. If I cut you off on that one, do you want to expand a little bit in terms of having a dialogue about other solutions? And I'm trying to get a sense here from you on the record if UDI is willing to be a willing partner and recognize the goals that the city has here while about trying to increase the amount of rental, but being sensitive to existing tenants.
I can say on behalf of our industry and behalf of UDI that we fully acknowledge the crisis. And we've said this before publicly. I've said it in front of all of you, and we are absolutely at the table. I suggest a task force be brought together that includes tenants and tenants representative groups, landlords, building owners, operators, and policymakers, including elected officials. And we roll up our sleeves and start talking about this, and we start sharing perspectives, because this policy is being constantly developed in silos. It's either in favor of tenants, or there's a discussion of building owners or landlords or incentives, and it's just, we have to do this together. The conversation needs to be balanced so we can have balanced outcomes, and we are absolutely at the table.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes for questions.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Jarvis, for calling in this evening. I just wanted to follow up on your comments, and specifically the Coriolis report that was appended to this public hearing document. And Coriolis reflected that in the implications of this expansion is that it could have implications for the supply of new housing over time. And in the context of every day we're talking about housing in the city and housing affordability, could you comment on that and what you see in terms of housing supply and the implications of adopting this?
Yeah, I think it comes down to two things. Number one, again, by making moves to mass downzone, which devalues people's property, you're sending a signal to investors that there's lack of stability in the marketplace, and you're also sending signals to lenders, including institutional lenders like Royal Bank of Canada, TD Bank, Bank of Montreal, that it's unstable. And when you do that, capital has a very low tolerance for uncertainty, and capital will move elsewhere. And what we need to build new housing of all housing on all parts of the spectrum is we need capital and investment. And if we don't create an environment that's stable and certain, that capital will go elsewhere. And it's already going elsewhere. And secondly, when we erode equity in people's property, we diminish their ability to use that equity to build new housing. And again, it's the same for the nonprofit sector. It's the same for condos. It's the same for purpose-built rental. So those are the two primary reasons that the supply of rental would diminish if policies like this are initiated.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You've addressed my question. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Jarvis. I'm going to ask you a similar question to what I asked our staff. I gave one example of, for instance, a nonprofit that was looking to redevelop. But for anyone who's looking to redevelop a C2 site, if the current amount of housing, I mean, the median is 5 units, but let's say it's more than that, and then currently the zoning now says that, you have, is definitely not as hot, but let's say you're in a situation where it conflicts with a different policy. And I'm just trying to be careful because I know we are in a public hearing here. Would that bring concern to you that a pro forma couldn't work from that standpoint because you just simply probably couldn't deliver the housing because you'd have to go through a rezoning with conflicting policies? And then also, would that bring its own financial implications on top of the ones that you've already answered? I'm not going to make you go over again talking about how we should be listening to the banks. I already asked our staff about those financial implications and heard your answers to my colleagues, but I'll leave you the rest of the time to kind of explain maybe to me, if you would, how you think that this could hurt the current owners of C2 sites.
I think I can understand your second question a little bit better than the first part of the question regarding nonprofits and the number of units.
The first part of the question was more about replacement, and I apologize. I'm in a place where I'm actually echoing on my own phone here, so it's hard. It's hard when that technical aspect comes into it. But what I was asking is, this policy would require rental replacement, and if you're in and it doesn't allow for a situation where, per se, when a C2 site that has been downzoned since the time, that it was built, if you were to look at a pro forma and try and redevelop that, how do you redevelop something you can't replace under current zoning? That was the first question. And then the second question was about financial implications on a pro forma. Aside from financing, even if there was financing options, would it just be too risky? Would this be something that C2 site owners just wouldn't do? And in fact, this would, be detrimental to our housing.
Just 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So the first part I'm still confused about. I'm going to try and answer the second part, and maybe we can weave into answering the first part. So if there was this policy in place and you had more than 5-10 units on your property, you probably wouldn't. Many people wouldn't be able to redevelop because the financial analysis wouldn't work, and that's what Coriolis determined as well. Because you're now having to replace the units where you otherwise wouldn't if you were building a strata development, and if you're and that's taking up a component of the FSR. That's the other problem here is council didn't ask staff to also look at compensation measures, right? If we are going to have to replace 10 rental units 1 for 1, here's extra density to compensate that and make it all work. But that's the issue. And then the banks, they look at the worst case scenario. So they look at the fact that the policy will allow 100% of the people to come back at the discounted rates and stay there forever. That's what the policy allows. So they underwrite it in the worst case scenario, which does not avail you the amount of financing or capital that would be required to embark on the development. So I don't know. I apologize if I'm a little bit confused as to the question you're answering.
And I'm sorry for the situation that I'm in right now where I couldn't ask those questions properly. But thank you, Mr. Jarvis. You've answered many of my questions, even that I had before this, in the answers that you gave to my colleagues. And I do appreciate you being here. All of council wanted to hear about this, including myself. But I did try and bring a motion of reconsideration, just as the comments that you mentioned before, only because, my vote in that whole long day of housing strategy policy wasn't, exactly, I was hoping it wouldn't bring us here. Thank you. That's all.
Councillor Fry, questions?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Jarvis, for joining us, and thank you for your ongoing willingness to chat with folks like me. Sometimes difficult conversations, but always good conversations. And thanks for joining us tonight. You mentioned a few things. I was just jotting down some of the words you used, like untenable and unstable and diminished equity. And I totally appreciate where you're coming from on that, but also those same words could apply to folks who are renting in our city, folks who are renting in C2s, and some of the anxiety that people who rent are feeling around affordability. And I guess, so my question is, because you smart folks over at the Urban Development Institute, and you've had some time to think about this, and I appreciate that we may not have directed staff to come up with measures of compensation and some kind of compromise that could see us protect some of that important affordable rental stock, recognizing that a lot of the new build is not that same level of affordability. So do you have suggestions where you think this could go, where we could, respond to those very real concerns from folks who, work and live in our city who are renting, and meet some of your concerns around, and valid concerns around your land valuations?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Fry. And first, let me say I always very much enjoy our conversations. I think that first, let me state that, again, our industry acknowledges that there has been displacement. People are being removed from their communities, doctors, schools. This is happening. We understand this. What's been going on to get to where we are tonight, downzoning people's property, eroding equity, diminishing people's ability to reinvest in buildings. By the way, I've heard renters say that they want buildings maintained properly too, right? The expectation is that the landscaping's kept nice, the building's cleaned, maintenance is consistent. And so we have to create, when I use the word untenable, the environment in which we're operating, it is untenable to the extent that it's very, very challenging for us to now reinvest in those buildings. And so what I'm proposing is that rather than move forward with this very punitive bylaw or change to the ODP in the city of Vancouver, let's get together. And this is what I proposed 2 years ago. That's why I'm so disappointed, is the taxpayers' money that went into Coriolis, the bandwidth of staff, the bandwidth of all the industry members, including tenant advocacy groups that spent time on this initiative as well. Instead of this, why aren't we in a room together? Why haven't we been in a room together for the last 2 years? Again, sharing perspectives, finding common ground, and finding solutions that can work for both tenants and building owners. There's a way to do this. We just have to try. And I've been advocating for this passionately for years now. And that's why I there's a sense of frustration in my voice and passion, because I am frustrated at how we got here. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor Fry.
Well, I mean, I appreciate the frustration, and I appreciate that there's obviously been a failure to sort of like consolidate and work on a collective solution. But I did sort of pose the question, do you have any solutions off the top of your head that, like you mentioned compensation, and I'm assuming that's around sort of increased density, that kind of piece?
Yeah, I do think that that's one of the solutions. I mean, obviously, the city's only currency is really density, or the ability to perhaps waive certain charges to do with rezoning or DCLs or things like that. I think there's other unique solutions. We've come before staff and some members of council to have a conversation. There's a lot of C2 sites out there that are vacant. So maybe there's an ability to transfer density to some vacant sites. And I think I spoke to you about this because we have a bunch of vacant C2 sites where we could transfer density from existing apartment building sites to some of the vacant sites, and then you upgrade the buildings to prolong the life of those older buildings, and then the compensation is happening on another vacant site. Now that's a unique circumstance, and you have to find a proponent that has both a vacant C2 site and a C2 site that has a rental building on it, where you're going to apply the rate of change. But I think that, if I was to, I don't think there's a silver bullet here, but I think density and compensation, it's just like the heritage situation, right? When there's an expectation that someone should, approve or improve heritage, there's a compensation, and there was the heritage density bank. There's things like that.
Appreciate it. Thanks,
Okay,
Mr.
thanks.
Jarvis.
We're at the 5 minutes. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead. Questions.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. So the staff are saying that over 70% of renters support this policy, and that the rents in these buildings are about 40% lower than average. So what would you say to someone who's being evicted from one of these apartments, which rents at 40% lower than average, and ends up having to pay 60% of their income on rent in another building like the previous speaker, Nadia, does?
Yeah, you've asked me this question before, Councillor Swanson. I'm going to turn the question, I'm going to answer your question with a question. What are you going to say to that renter when the building falls down because it's 100 years old? Like, we can't make these buildings
I can
last
answer that
forever,
question.
right?
I live in an old building, and because it's old, the mortgage is paid off, and we have lots of money for repairs. We're getting lots of repairs. I just got a new fridge. People are getting new fences, new roofs. Our trees are being trimmed.
I'm just going to step in here.
If the building is old and paid off, there's lots of money to do repairs.
I wish our buildings were all paid off. That's a wonderful position to be in. And I guess now that you can't raise rents, they're going to have to probably go get a second mortgage or a new mortgage in order to reinvest in those in certain things, right? Because.
Okay, Councillor Swanson, this is questions. We did have a little reversal of roles there, but and I know this
You
is.
did ask me a question. I wanted to answer it.
But it's you're the councillor, so you're here to answer to ask questions.
That's it.
Okay, thanks so much. That's it for questions from council. Thanks so much for coming in, and I'm going to move to the next speaker. Council, we have speaker number 4 of 30 is William Weir. William Weir?
Mayor Stewart, it is the clerk here, and I am understanding that William Weir is not on the line.
Okay, thanks so much. Speaker number 5, Kareem Ibrahim.
Hello, good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Excellent, thank you. So, Council, thank you for hearing from me today. My name is Kareem Ibrahim. I'm speaking to you as an individual today, not representing any organization. I'm asking you one big question. What will your legacy be when your term ends as councillors? I think we all know exactly what's happening today. It's not very complex. You deal with a lot of complex issues. We talked a lot about policing in the summer of 2020, and the solutions are not clear. Yet city staff have come to you today with a very clear proposal to address an issue that is endemic to our city. Vancouver is famous for a few things, and I think primarily two. One, it is hilariously unaffordable, and people are having to move out of the city whenever they're getting evicted or for whatever reason. And secondly, the social inequality of the city is absolutely disarming. It's appalling. I live in Strathcona. You all know about Strathcona very well. And I see the consequences of decades of city councils that have unfortunately weighed far too much in the interests of developers and landlords and have allowed this kind of rhetoric, this kind of capital will leave our city kind of rhetoric, to unfortunately take hold. And now we're in a situation where the consequences are at your doorstep. We have hundreds of people homeless in my neighborhood who are unable to find places to rent, there are people who are employed who are spending more than 50% of their income on housing, and this is simply unacceptable. Now, I want to ask you this. We've heard from many people today. We've heard from the president of a housing corporation, Westgroup Properties, which the revenue of which is $203 million, explaining how banks are not going to be lending further and with this sort of fear-mongering rhetoric. Again, this is a very straightforward analysis. We have people who cannot afford to rent, who cannot afford to move out of their home, and if they do, when they get rent-evicted or den-evicted, they have to leave the city. And then we have the understandable interest of property developers and real estate owners and things who do not want to see their capital diminished in the slightest. So unfortunately, this is a trade-off. But again, Council, we don't want our city to be famous for the things it's famous for already. I'm an advocate with the Vancouver Tenants Union, and I represent groups of tenants that are facing eviction on the grounds of renovation. And let me tell you, regardless of how many protections we put in place, many of these landlords are very predatory. Of course, under the guise of renovation, we hear old buildings. There are infinite ways to renovate a building and bring it back up into condition, number one, without actually displacing all of the tenants. There are ways to keep them in place, but secondly, if we want to give the landlord an easier time, we can temporarily relocate them and have them come back in without having to evict the whole building and then skyrocket the rent by 150%. We have many of the same companies that I've witnessed rent-evicting tenants, crushing them into taking buyout offers, and then a year later, those same properties are being valued in terms of rent at 120, 130, 150% of the rates they were previously. So again, the plan is clear here. This rental relocation strategy clearly works. We cannot afford to lose any more rental properties in the city. You will continue to hear about the fears of capital leaving the city, despite that Vancouver is not only one of the most expensive places to live in Canada, but also one of the wealthiest, and for good reason. This has been a pattern, and we can't see this happening any further. And if we do, unfortunately, I don't think that I need to forewarn you as to what the consequences will be. We will have more people living on the street. We will have more people having to leave the city entirely and completely disconnect from their network on account of being rent-evicted. This is the reality for many of the tenants who I represent, who, when facing an eviction, second round, third round, fourth round, from landlords who are persistent. Because again, we live in a capitalist economy. There is no incentive for a landlord to not continue to lodge the same arguments again and again and again. There's sincerely no limit. And so many of the tenants, defenseless and exhausted, end up taking these buyout offers. And like we heard from Nadia earlier, living in $2,000 studio apartments, spending more than half of their income on rent, if they are lucky enough to even get a place to live. And so please, today, when you vote on this motion, you've been informed by staff of the benefits. I want to know what your legacy will be. And if you want to see the continued trend of Vancouver being completely unaffordable and home to Canada's largest homeless population. Thank you.
Thanks so much for calling in. You don't have Councillor Swanson, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes. You're on mute, Councillor Swanson.
Thanks so much for coming in. Did you hear the previous speaker?
Yes, I was listening to the previous speaker discuss real estate matters and all that. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you had a chance to respond to him, what would you say?
Well, I would say this, right? I understand what it means to have financial interest in one's business. I understand that measures that are being articulated as punitive are actually better translated as diminishing one's potential to grow revenue. I would ask them why it is that as the president of a $203 million revenue earning real estate corporation, why that interest should take priority over the needs of individuals without housing or individuals who cannot afford to pay for medical bills, to put their kids through school, or to access other basic needs on account of their income going exclusively or mostly to rent? That would be my question.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. We don't have any other questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. We have Christian Pollock, speaker number 6.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. Yeah, my name is Christian. I just want to acknowledge that I'm on the stolen and occupied lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and I'm a tenant in Hastings Sunrise. I'm inclined to strongly support the proposal to require rental replacements in the C2 zones. And I mostly want to address some of the opposition to this, and a lot of people talking about it hurting developers and property owners and diminishing property values, and that the banks and lenders will run for the hills and all that. And the argument that by extension that this will hurt tenants. And I think a lot of opponents to this, elected and otherwise, have this basic assumption that that will lead to this hurting tenants. But I mean, so first of all, in the midst of a crisis, as the previous speaker said, does it matter more that renters in their homes have slightly more protections, or that property owners can continue to profit off of our need for housing? Like, whose priority is more important here? Secondly, and I think more importantly, this argument that hurting landlords or investors equates to hurting tenants comes up again and again and again when we talk about tenant protections and rights. And it's this incredibly twisted logic that really only serves to solidify their own power over tenants and our security, and therefore their profits. This logic where, the state or the city in this case has to not only free them from any regulation like the C2 protection, but also subsidize them with taxpayer money often all the way through. And if you don't do this, there'll be no repairs, there'll be no housing, and tenants will starve. And there's this hidden assumption within this argument, I think, that there's just no alternative to them. They claim that to survive and be housed, we need developers and landlords, but we really don't. We don't need them. In fact, we'd all be much better off if banks and the John Stovels of the world, a few rich people, weren't controlling all of our housing and deciding if we get to be secure or not. And I think the reality is, like, the very obvious solution to our housing crisis, which this logic hides, is to decommodifying housing and shifting the power away from these private interests and towards a more collective ownership model. And so I think beginning with this proposal, we have to reject this clearly self-serving logic of constantly catering to the lords of our society, and instead begin to offer an alternative model of housing, which takes away the stranglehold that these people have over our housing and our lives. I also think it's important, specifically with this proposal, to remember like how basic these protections are. This doesn't even, from what I understand, this doesn't say anything about affordability of these like replacement rentals, let alone rent controls. This is literally just replacing one rental with another with no conditions, as far as I understand. This is the absolute bare minimum, and I can't believe that it even has to be argued that every renter's home in Vancouver should have the same basic security. I myself spend about 38% of my income on rent. That is very unacceptable. I know, and the city knows, that there are many more people like me, or people who are even worse off, all over Vancouver, including many people in these C2 zones. And we absolutely cannot pick and choose who amongst these people get to have their homes protected and who do not. Because for many of us, losing these rental homes, these units, and by extension, our homes and our houses, would not only mean losing our home, but our community, our friends, and ultimately our basic security needed to survive. So that's all I have to say on this. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you. And so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. We have David Sander. David Sander, speaker number 7 of 30.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and Council. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Great, thank you. My name is David. As you noted, I am a director at Hollyburn Properties, and I'd like to just note that Hollyburn does not own rental housing on it, so we are not affected by this motion at all. However, I took my time to come here tonight and speak to you because I oppose this motion because it is a terrible idea. There's a lot of myths that I'm hearing tonight that this motion will protect tenants. This motion does not protect tenants. this motion does not prevent a building from being torn down or somebody from being renovated. This has absolutely nothing to do with renovation at all. And there's policies in place that do protect tenants. One of the ideas I can't stop is that it's the people in these buildings that matter. It's the people who are struggling in the city that we need to protect. It's not the buildings. Protecting the buildings is a flawed approach. Protecting the tenants is the way to go forward. And I'll note that this council, this very council, you guys, in this room or at your desks at home, introduced your own tenant protection policy in 2019. So I'm befuddled as to why we're even here, frankly. It's a policy that doesn't make sense. C2 was an area that was relatively straightforward, where we saw, I think, 600 positive rental units built. Unless we don't want to build rental units, which last time I checked, we still did. This policy is not needed. It's a down zoning. What you are doing is stripping property owners of value, of their life savings, of money that they were planning on using to perhaps build rental housing or buy a new roof or upgrade an elevator. I can't enough. You're not protecting tenants. The tenants that come here and are telling you that, they don't understand the matters, in my opinion. And I say that with the deepest respect because I think tenants do need protecting in the city. I think that it's important that we find the right balance and that everybody has secure housing. I can't help but remember that a few short weeks ago, this city council was debating large landlords and REITs and what we could do about REITs buying buildings in Vancouver and the concern over the large landlords. And, it seemed to me that the city, the city's sort of the belle of the ball was the little old Greek lady who owned a couple of units in a building. Well, it's the little old Greek lady that's going to get hurt here. It's not the large landlords. It's not the REITs get hurt. This policy will adversely affect the small landlords, the people who manage rental off the side of their desk, the most. So, when you strip these people of 50% of their value or up to 50% of their value, and you're not incentivizing the supply, I have to ask you, what does that mean? What comes next? What does it mean for the political stability of this municipality? And what does it say to the home builders who are contemplating building rental in this city? What do you say to the rental housing provider who just lost their life savings? I'm not sure what I would tell them, but I hope it's something that you guys have thought about. And I'm going to end by saying what I've already said. Protect the people, don't freeze the building. Thank you.
Thanks so much. You have a question from Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much for spending your time speaking to council tonight, and I hear the passion in your voice. You made a number of points. The one that I'd like to touch on is specifically right before we heard from a speaker who had talked about how the city needs to, focus more on rental. Do you think that this is going to, in any way, in C2, see our rental numbers rise?
No.
Is this
C2
going to help
has
to improve rental at all?
This isn't going to help build rental. I mean, the root cause of the housing crisis is that we don't have enough housing for people who want to live here. And that's because we haven't been building rental housing or workforce housing in this city really very much at all. We started, the last 10 years, we started to build a little bit. We're not moving the needle enough. We need to be building thousands every year. And if we're going to strip C2 property owners of their rights, we're going to create that political instability, then all you're doing is taking away the good work that staff have started to do to start moving the needle, and you're destabilizing the market, and you're doing it through a means that has actually been a productive source of rental housing in the last 10 years. So no, the answer is no, you're not going to get more housing. You're going to make things worse.
Thanks. Thanks very much. I also just wanted to ask you, and I know that you come to the city often talking about rental and that you have experience in contributing to the rental market as well. And you've been here on a number of topics, including projects, over my 2 terms. So my question for you is, if we're looking to the development community to build this, would you think that the only way to make this viable to change zoning for C2 would be to, just like we do with MERP and some of our other programs, look at waivers or look at, bonus density? I'm not saying both of those come with MERP. I'm just saying, when we look at those programs, those pilots, or the incentive programs to deliver rental, would you say that that's what would have to happen in C2 for there to be more rental housing that actually came of this, if that's what the goal is here?
Yeah, it's a little ironic that we're here tonight, because this was the byproduct of another council meeting where we were talking about incentivizing rental in C2. And yet this is coming forward before that motion. Yes, I need to incentivize in C2, and one of the speakers before me spoke about perhaps you can do density bonus within C2. Well, City of North Vancouver has a rental density bonus policy, and as you guys know, City of North Vancouver punches above its weight as it relates to delivering rental housing. And it has this policy whereby if you upgrade an older building without displacing tenants and you demonstrate that it won't be a development site for a number of years, then the city will give you rental density to go build somewhere else. I mean, that's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You upgrade a rental building, and then you get density to go build somewhere else. And that's a policy that would make sense to me. The other policies as it relates to C2, where you're going to hopefully going to 6 stories as a right, and a simplified building format as well, for rental housing. And that's what we need to do more of, and frankly, less of what's happening tonight.
Okay, so to meet the, number of units we have before us, in sort of the time frame that we have, what is it left, 20 months? 20 visa payments or something, as I call it, but in this term, do you think that this is going to help us to achieve our goal overall of,
No.
thousands of units
No.
of rental? Thank you very much, and
No.
I'm so sorry that you've had to spend your evening here tonight,
Okay,
waiting on the
you.
phone.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions, and I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Council, just so you know, we are on question speaker number 8 of 30. If we don't finish this item this evening, which is looking not great at 10 minutes after 9, we'll be reconvening on April 1st. And speaker number 8 is, I just have a single name, L.
Mayor Stewart, it is the clerk here, and I'm told that L is not on the line.
Okay, let's try speaker number 9, Theo Lloyd Coles.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Hi, Council and Mayor. My name is Theo. I am a resident of Vancouver and have been for about 13 years. I've been directly affected by this issue. I was evicted from a building in a C2 zone. And after I left, I found it very difficult to find a new place to live at an affordable rate. I don't know if any of you here are renters. I know a few of you are, but it's a really difficult situation out there right now. I make a living wage, a so-called living wage, but in Vancouver, a living wage is not really a living wage when I'm spending so much of my income on my rent. I think recently I was able to move in with my partner, and had I not been able to do that, I definitely would have been moving out of the city. My roommate, who I lived with when I was evicted, he found a place and his rent more than doubled. He's a teacher. He's a primary school teacher, and he's finding it very difficult. We're working people. We pay taxes. We make decent wages, but we find it very hard to live in this city. As I said, I've lived here 13 years, and I can count the number on one hand how many purpose-built rental buildings I've seen put up in this city. And when they say they're affordable rent, it's like $2,500 for a one-bedroom. I mean, that is not the definition of affordable. An interesting thing, like the way to look at it, is if we don't prevent these units from being destroyed in C2 zoning, that's going to be a net loss of a rental unit, and that exacerbates the problem because we already don't have enough rental units. So the more we lose, the more expensive it gets for all of us, and we're in a housing crisis. We have homeless all over the streets, and people that supposedly make a living wage can't afford to live in the city. I've heard comments from the developers who oppose this motion, and I've read some of them too that they cite the 4% of rental stock that is going to be lost. And they're saying that this is an insignificant figure. So I did a little math. I think it's about 3,000 units of rental units that are going to be lost. And that's not individual people. That could be 5,000 people over the course of time that are losing their home. And we heard at the beginning that these rental units are about 40% lower than the average cost of apartments here. People living in these are elderly, they're low income, they may be on disability. Where are they going to go if we lose these units? It's pretty ridiculous to consider we have wealthy developers on the call talking about capital flight, capital this. Why? Like, I understand we have to talk numbers here, but why are we really talking about who is bearing the brunt of this? And it is tenants. We don't have to worry about the Greek old lady who owns an apartment building, because if it's a Greek old lady, she probably bought it in 1980. She probably bought the apartment building for $350,000 or $500,000 35 years ago, and it's probably worth $6 million now. I'm frankly not worried about those people losing a little bit of their equity or whatever it is. I mean, come on. We're talking about working class people. We're talking about the elderly who live in Vancouver. This is where their families are, their communities. And we're talking about them just like insignificant numbers. So let's pass this motion. If we want to talk about amendments after, and we can bring West Group to the table and talk about those things, we can do that. But we can pass the motion first, protect the most vulnerable people. I know Vancouver doesn't have a good reputation for that, but let's do it. Let's start here, pass the motion, and then we can talk about how developers can make money later. Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. You don't have any questions, so I'm going to move to the next speaker. Speaker number 10, Fraser McGee.
Hi, can you folks hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Great. Thanks for listening to us today. I'd like to start by acknowledging that I'm currently calling from the unceded ancestral territory of the Musqueams, Coast Salish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nation. I live on near 6th and Commercial, so I am in an RHS ODP and benefit from that program currently. If I was living just half a block east from where I am, I would need the C2 extension to be protected in order for myself to be protected. If we do not have a modest one-to-one rental replacement protection, then fewer rental units will be created. Rental prices will increase, which means that people like me who are relatively privileged will be able to shoulder that cost into our overall budget and get that unit. And someone else who has a lower income than me or who has less ability to pay for that will be pushed into a worse housing situation, such as an SRO. Then this will lead to greater competition between SROs, with the most vulnerable members of our community being pushed out onto the streets because we have failed to protect the ability for renters to rent homes and instead prioritize anxieties of our wealthier community members about their property values. To the concern that this may discourage development of rental, this is not an ambitious proposal. We are literally talking about a one-to-one replacement of existing rental stock. Just that we just don't want the housing affordability problem to get any worse. I am personally not against change. I think that a healthy neighborhood should change and grow into something different. But if the difference we're talking about is unchecked development of market price stratas with no protections in place to stop an overall reduction in affordable renting stock, well, that's incredibly harmful to low and middle income renters across the city. Additionally, this is impacting the very diversity of our city that makes Vancouver such a wonderful place to live. And I don't want to stand here and see folks not protect that. To the concern about the loss of property values, as a speaker, a few speakers before me has asked, I think that we need to ask ourselves, and I demand that you folks ask yourselves this as our representatives, who needs our help the most in this city? Is it renters who currently have no access to the wealth creation tool of property ownership, who are already under significant strain from our housing affordability crisis, and many whom pay well over 30% of their net income? In some, we've heard speakers today that have paid over 60% of their income to keep a roof over their heads. Or do we care about the property value of existing homeowners in an area of the world where owning property is already guaranteed to be a massive lucrative asset? Given the nature of our physical geography and the high quality of living in Vancouver that we can expect to continue, I very much doubt that home ownership is going to become appealing due to any marginal losses in property value that might occur from these protections. And if I'm being honest, I have a hard time feeling sympathy for property owners losing value on units that already have some of the highest value of any property asset on this earth, especially when you compare that to folks having homes over their heads. I honestly think I think that people should really consider what they're actually insinuating here when they're making those comments. So do we want to further entrench wealth and widen the wealth gap in our community, leading it to be less diverse and less open for everyone? Or do we want to offer a modest but significant amount of protection to those who really need it? Housing is a human right, and we shouldn't allow anxieties about property values override the ability for people to have a home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions from council for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. But thanks for participating. We have Olena Hardy.
Yeah, you got it.
Hi,
Hi
go
there.
ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Hi, Mayor and councillors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name's Olena Hardy, and I am calling in support of this recommendation. So I'm a resident of Vancouver and a renter, and I believe that this motion is a small step in the right direction to protect renters in Vancouver. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about my own experience renting in Vancouver. I grew up here, I've been renting for 8 years, and because I don't expect to ever be able to afford to buy, I'll likely be a renter for decades into the future. So as I'm sure most renters here can relate to, renting in Vancouver is inhibitively expensive, units are in short supply, and it can lack a real sense of stability and security due to dumb evictions, changes in ownership, redevelopment, among other things. And affordability has always been a big issue for me. Because of it, I've lived in precarious housing situations. For example, in 2015, I lived in an illegal basement suite that had one small barred window and no fire detectors. It was honestly a scary place to live, but it was the only place I could afford. Living in that suite was when I first really realized the crisis that renters face here. So fast forward to now, I'm lucky to have a much better housing situation in an apartment on the Canby corridor. Because the apartment is an older building with some quirks and issues, it's below market rent. However, 48% of my income still goes towards my rent each month, which obviously points to the larger issue of housing affordability in our city. And we've heard from some developers today alarmed that they could lose 50% of their property value. And I just want to mention this. I work full-time in a salaried position, and I still lose 50% of my income every single month. just paying my rent. So that's just some food for thought. So I don't currently live in a C2 zone, but the reason I wanted to share a bit about my rental history was to paint a picture of what renting in Vancouver can look like and why action is urgently needed to protect and aid renters. So if you choose to preserve rentals in C2 zones, then in the long term, renters won't risk losing these 3,000 units in C2 areas, which is particularly critical in a city with such low vacancy rates. And this, in my view, is at its core a net good. Additionally, one-for-one rental replacement requirements have a dampening effect on the rate of development, which I actually believe is crucial and important in this instance, since for the large part, the cheapest rental options in our city right now are these older units. So even though my housing is not particularly affordable, it's below market rent, and living in a non-C2 zone gives me a bit more security and stability because of the decreased chance that my building will be redeveloped and that I'll be forced to seek out even more unaffordable accommodation. And I just truly believe that every person should be afforded the security and stability in their housing. And I also really urge you to consider the class differences that are so deeply connected to this matter. Personally, I value the right to housing for the many more than I value the pursuit of profit for the few. So in conclusion, extending the rental housing stock is the bare minimum of support that we can provide renters. Preserving the total number of rental units in Vancouver is a small step in addressing the housing crisis, and I urge you to support this motion. And importantly, I ask that you continue your work beyond this motion to protect renters in this city. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, so we'll move to the next speaker. We have Leah Sanchez Mild, speaker number 12.
Hi, good evening to the Mayor and Council, the staff, and to others listening. My name is Leah Sanchez-Milde, and I'm a resident in Vancouver. Specifically, I'm a renter in the Kensington Cedar Cottage neighborhood, which is actually one of the areas with the most rental housing stock in C2 zones. And yeah, I'm speaking in support of the recommendations of this report. I definitely have personal reasons to speak in favor of this recommendation. So I'm a European immigrant, and as such, I've never had dreams of home ownership, but rather dreams of safe and permanent renting, which I've seen is possible in other places. And I arrived in Vancouver 9 years ago, and since then I've been working on building a community for myself and contributing to webs of mutual support in the city. And I've had it much easier than others, and I still often feel that the city is pushing me out, usually around the time that I have to move or find another housing. And despite that, I think I have found people that I've made a community with, and all these people are renters. My friends are artists, art administrators, scientists, social workers, people who work at small local businesses and at NGOs. And we all exist in an income bracket for which barely any new rental market is being built. We live in collective houses, in SROs, in illegal suites, or we've moved to another city like Burnaby. And if things continue the way they are, it is likely that we will have to leave Vancouver altogether. And that is speaking from a personal note. Background aside, I believe that housing is an essential right, and I know that the renters in districts with C2 zoning are often the most vulnerable and likely to lose housing and be displaced from their communities when their buildings get developed. They're some of the most affordable units, and nothing equivalent is being built to replace them. So, surprisingly, I heartily agree with some of the developers that we've heard from today, and that this measure that I'm supporting today, it's not the one that's going to solve it all, but it is going to be the beginning. It is going to pave the way for the city to negotiate with developers to make sure that affordable units are being replaced with affordable units. Because right now we can't negotiate with developers if they can instead go ahead and say, well, then no rental units will be built. I'll build condos instead in this C2 zoning or something else. So we need this first step in a long road, or one of the first steps in a long road, to start protecting these very vulnerable and also very valuable members of our community. And yeah, given my background, I look to other cities in Europe often, and there are cities fighting very similar issues. And there are cities that are realizing that they cannot operate without the people that live there as renters. And they're realizing that they either need to protect and grow their affordable housing, or they will change for the worse and people will move to other cities. So yeah, I think both from personal reasons as well as a matter of principle, I want you to pass this motion. And if downstream we encounter these potential problems that we're not now talking about, of people losing money on their risky investments in the housing market, or banks not being as willing to fund rental housing or mortgages for rental housing, these are issues that we can talk about then and we can find solutions for then. However, the need for affordable housing and the need to stop the displacement of vulnerable renters, that's a need that we have now and that needs to be solved now. Thank you so much for your time and for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Council, let's see here. We've got, we have Larissa Blockus, speaker number 13.
Mayor Stewart, I understand speaker number 13 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker 14, CJ Tremblay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Perfect, thanks so much. Thanks to the mayor and our city council, and I'm happy to be here. My name is CJ Tremblay, and I'm a renter in Cole Harbour, and I'm here tonight in support of this extension. I enthusiastically support this plan to protect existing renters in these rental zones. I believe that the city should prioritize protecting tenants that are currently in the rental units in these commercial districts by ensuring the one-to-one replacement in these locations. I know that this extension isn't going to solve the housing and affordability crisis currently facing Vancouver, but not closing this loophole will absolutely exacerbate it. And worse, it will exacerbate it for the city's most vulnerable residents. This is not about an out-of-control narrative, as was suggested earlier. It's about people in policy that offers the most basic of protections for the have-lesses, if you will. Thankfully, I have housing and rental security, but I'm here because I believe that housing is a human right. Profit is not a human right. And a profit at the expense of renters and housing security is not how I, as a resident and voter in the city, want my city council to treat its residents and renters. Certainly not its most vulnerable renters, because that's the reality of who's going to be most impacted by not extending protections to this rental housing stock. As you saw in the presentation, the rental stock that exists now in these zones is more affordable than what would likely replace it, and it's trending upwards, and as such, it needs to be protected. Should it not be protected? These are real people, human beings that will be evicted out of their homes because landowners, building owners, landlords want to sell their property to condo developers for profit. We heard the opposition of this plan. The opposition to this plan is because people want to maximize profits and seemingly at all costs. And I can appreciate that those in opposition to this extension are concerned about their property values and profits. I would remind them, and I would remind you, that these real estate investments are investments and not entitlements to future profits. Sorry, not sorry that there's risk involved and that property values may decrease. But developers and landlords and investors do not have a fundamental right to profit, and humans living in Vancouver absolutely have a right to adequate housing, and them evicting them is not that. The relationship between landlords and tenants was suggested earlier to be symbiotic, but of all 5 definitions of symbiosis, the only one that actually applies in this case is the relationship of predation. As you know, and was discussed earlier, that the ODP only protects about 77% of rentals, and in this case, C2 zone only accounts for 4% of housing. And I hear those people who are saying that housing is, any and all housing is good in a housing crisis, but that's just not the case. It has to be affordable. And we're not talking just about numbers here. We're talking about protecting the roof over the heads of people living in 3,000 units. That's 3,000 homes for single workers, new families, and your fellow Vancouverites. This is not about narrative. This is about people. And I would ask you to ask yourself, as our mayor and our council members, if you believe that profit is more important than secure housing for our fellow Vancouverites in more than 3,000 units. I just don't believe that it is. I fully support ensuring one-to-one replacement of rental protections. This is just a basic protection. We're not asking, that doesn't speak to replacing at the same cost. This is really a baseline protection for the people who have made these communities their homes. And they deserve the same protections as renters in the cities that are in other zones. As you heard an earlier speaker mention, being a block away can make all of the difference. The housing and affordability crisis is a big problem, and there's no one single solution, but this is without a doubt a clear-cut case of, if you don't do this, it will only get worse. And I would ask you to vote in favor of this extension. So thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move to the next speaker. Thank you so much. And we have 15, Sarah Bergeron.
Mayor Stewart, the clerk here, no number 15.
16, Gabriel Koenig.
Similarly, no number 16.
17, Rahil Budwani.
Again, no number 17.
Okay, number 18, Mariah Gillis.
And again, no number 18.
Okay, number 19, Fraser McGee.
Number 19 is not on the line, and number 20 has withdrawn.
Okay, number 21, Milovan Maracevic.
Hi, that's me. Yep,
Oh, great.
I'm
Please
here.
go ahead. Yep, go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Good evening. I'm a Vancouver resident and a rental housing provider. I'm speaking in opposition to the extension. I own and live in a mixed-use building located at 4326 West 10th. It's my only real estate, the source of my livelihood, and I rely on bank financing to pay for upgrades, as allowable rent increases don't come anywhere near to covering operating cost increases. I would be badly financially hurt by the proposed downzoning, but rather than talk about that, I'm going to talk about the harmful effects on C2 business districts of discouraging redevelopment of old mixed-use buildings like mine, as this proposal would do. My building was erected in 1957. As is typical of mixed-use buildings of the 1950s up to the 1970s, the commercial spaces have ceiling heights of only 8 feet, electrical services of only 60 amps, lack air conditioning and ventilation systems, have poor soundproofing and poor energy efficiency, and are not competitive in today's leasing market. Even back in the 1990s, before the bricks and mortar retail sector was decimated by internet commerce, it began to be a challenge to find tenants for this kind of outdated commercial space. Now, when small retail tenants have almost completely disappeared from the leasing market, it's become practically impossible. The city effectively only allows old commercial spaces like mine to be used as retail, as a change to any other use is either not allowed or is prohibitively expensive. The proposed downzoning, by discouraging redevelopment, will have the effect of preserving outdated and unleasable street-level commercial space at a time when many C2 business districts are in serious trouble. The business district where my building is located, Point Grey Village, is in crises, is dying, having dropped from 200 businesses to the present 117. The board of directors of the Point Grey Business Improvement Association have authorized me to tell you that they are greatly concerned about the effect that the proposed downzoning would have on the long-term viability of Point Grey Village, as it would discourage the necessary redevelopment of commercial street-level space. In order to have prosperous and vibrant C2 business districts, we need modern commercial street-level spaces that will attract not only anyone who does want to open a retail store, but also cafes, restaurants, daycare centers, yoga and art studios, medical offices, and a wide range of service providers. For the sake of our struggling C2 business districts, I urge City Council not to approve the proposed downzoning, or at the very least, to exempt mixed-use buildings from it. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your comments. You do have a couple of questions. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for being here to speak. Just wanted two quick follow-ups. You said you have a mixed-use building, so you have rental units and commercial units, like CRUs, I'm assuming, on the main floor at street level, and then rental units above. Is that what you're?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, and do you have? I assume that when you said that your building is sort of becoming unleasable or not attractive in terms of attracting new tenants for revitalization in the area, is your building old and aging at this point? And did you have plans to redevelop that you feel you wouldn't be able to now? Just trying to get a little bit more perspective.
Sure. The building was built in 1957, so yes, it's old. I don't have plans to redevelop. As I mentioned, I rely on bank financing. I relied on bank financing to pay for the new roof in 2018. I renovate the suites one at a time as they become vacant. I borrow the money for that. The building, my insurance cost went up 50%. It's now the second largest item after property taxes. And it's zero rent increase are allowed. Even in prior years when you were allowed 2%, 3%, up to 4%, that still wasn't nearly enough to cover the increases in operating costs. So I have to borrow the money. I have to borrow the money to improve the building. I live in the building. I like to live in a nice building. I put in new carpeting. I keep it very clean. I put in new flooring in the basement hallway because I use all that myself. I take pride in my building. But the simple fact is that these buildings are a real challenge to operate financially in the current, zero, but even prior, very small rent increase environment. If the commercial spaces come vacant, they almost become impossible to lease. Nobody wants to lease spaces like that anymore, as I was saying. Let me make it clear. I'm lucky. I presently do have a tenant, but when that tenant leaves, I don't know how I'm going to lease out those spaces. These buildings, they have you can improve the suites. You can bring them up to a modern standard. But what do you do with commercial spaces that have 8-foot ceilings? You can't raise the building. You frequently don't have enough power to the building to upgrade the electrical services from 60 amps to 100 amps. And a lot of tenants coming in, they want 100 amps. You can't do it. It's simply impossible. And I've had to turn away a delicatessen as a potential tenant. I had to turn away 2 yoga studios. I had to turn away a physiotherapist's office because the city won't allow me to change the use from anything except retail. And you can't find retail tenants anymore. They've disappeared. I'm sorry, this is a very long-winded answer to your question. I'm a bit passionate about it because I'm living. Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
And I'm going to jump in because I have a limited amount of time because you hit on a couple of different issues there, and that's, I think, a very good conversation in another forum with respect to allowable uses for the retail. But hitting on the the rental unit component, I just want to be clear, you're saying that if you had a negative hit in equity and you're relying on bank borrowing to upgrade your units or to do capital repairs to the building, you're saying that that would impede your ability to do ongoing capital repairs in the current environment with the increasing costs. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. That's really helpful, and I'd be happy to have another conversation offline around retail uses because that's a bit beyond the scope of this specific project. But I appreciate you raising it.
Thank you.
Sure, it would be my pleasure.
Thanks. Councillor Fry.
You're welcome.
Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and I appreciate Councillor Kirby-Young's questions. Did sort of cover a lot of. Mr. Marasevich, I did look up your building online, and it does look like you take a lot of pride in that building, and I appreciate on the Google, I can see a dog in the window there. It looks like a really nice building. And
Thank you.
Yeah, how long have you had the building?
It was purchased by my late mother in 1958. I've been managing it since 1978, and it's my hope to that'll be here for some years to come. There will come a time when. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I guess I mean I look at the building, I hear you talk, I see the pride you put in the building, and I see the dog in the window, and I'm assuming that you've got tenants who have been there for a while, and their rents must be fairly reasonable, I'm guessing.
Like many buildings, I have some tenants who have been here for a period of 10 years, and they enjoy very low rents, and that's 25% of the building. That's 3 suites out of 12. The rest of them are all at market rents.
Okay. So, but what I'm hearing is that you do need that the equity in that building, as it's currently zoned, is what enables you to borrow against it to support the maintenance of the building, like a new roof and those kind of things, to keep the building as it is.
Yes, that is correct. In the summer, I'm going to be taking advantage of Fortis's program, and as my contribution to combating global warming, I'll be getting a new high-efficiency boiler to heat the building. I will be borrowing the money to finance that on a credit line, a secured credit line, which is in place from the same financial institution which has the mortgage on the building. So everything of that nature, everything except run-of-the-mill garden variety maintenance and repairs, I do with borrowed money.
So, okay, I think this is an important articulation. Things like upgrading the 60 amp service, the new heating system, these all cost money, and you wouldn't be able to get the money to do that work if this property were effectively downzoned, is what I'm hearing.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Fry. With the one proviso that you can't upgrade the 60 amp services to 100 amps in the commercial areas unless you have enough power to the building. My electrician was astonished that I had a 400 amp service. He was expecting a 260 amp service. I was able to upgrade one service from 60 to 100 amps, but I couldn't do it in the other one. My point is that regarding the long-term viability of commercial areas, that a lot of these ground level spaces in old buildings like mine, they don't have enough power to the building to upgrade from 60 to 100 amps, and a lot of tenants want 100 amps. So what do you get? You end up getting more vacancies in these besieged commercial districts like Point Grey Village, Dunbar, and some others you're well aware of, because nobody wants to rent those commercial spaces. I mean, I repeat, I'm lucky. I presently have a tenant, but the day will come. It's here actually when those spaces are almost unrentable. If you go along Point Grey Village, and you'll see how many vacancies there are. And as I said, the board of directors of the BIA here, they're really concerned about those old outdated commercial spaces being preserved and remaining vacant.
Mr. Rasevich, what is the percentage of how reliant are you on those commercial rentals to subsidize the building itself?
They provide about 17% of the gross income on the building, and after you deduct operating expenses, monthly mortgage, credit line expenses, credit line interest, they're really critical because that's where let's call it the profit lies. And then if one of those commercial spaces or if both of them come vacant, then you're really in a pickle. In short, it's really hard to survive. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Rasevich. I'm out of time.
Councillor Swanson,
okay,
up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Great. You have questions from Councillor Swanson.
Please go ahead.
Councillor Swanson? Oh, you're on mute, maybe. Councillor Swanson, you're on mute?
Sorry.
No problem.
Thanks so much for coming.
My
So
pleasure.
just, you don't have to answer any of this if you don't want. You've got 2 commercial tenants and a few residential tenants, is that right?
12 residential units, 2 commercial tenants, yes.
And you're one of the residential ones.
Yes, correct. I live in, yes. Well, I guess I'm my own tenant in a way, yes.
Okay.
Aside from me, there's 11.
And you got the building from your mom,
Correct.
and she got it in 1958?
Correct.
Do you know how much it cost then and how much it's worth now?
I got
what
2
the
things in
assessed
19.
value is?
Actually, what the assessed value is? Well, it's dropped from 10 million down to 7, I believe, 7 point something in the last year. And no, actually, I don't know what the cost was in 1958. But you might be interested to know that I inherited from her 1957 Chevy 2-door Bel Air Sport Coupe. It cost $2,000 in 1957. That's how much she paid. I think it's worth about $50 now. Still have that as well.
Okay, so, but you've got a $7 million building basically that you could sell if you wanted, and you could get a condo someplace, or, you're not suffering.
Is that what you're suggesting that I do?
No, I'm just trying to put this in perspective compared to tenants who are paying 60% of their rent, of their income for rent, or 38% of their income for rent, like a couple of our speakers were talking about. And the purpose of this law, right, is to keep it so there's an incentive to have rental apartments in buildings like yours, so you don't convert them to strata and evict the tenants. I mean, you could still do that, but you'd have to replace the rental if this went through.
Well, it's not my intention. I mean, if you're asking, how is it, or rather, is it just that I should have a place to live, and that if I were to sell the building, then I would get, well, actually, I wouldn't get $7 million because, first of all, I'd have to pay off the mortgage, I'd have to pay off the credit line, and I'd also have to pay capital gains tax. So I wouldn't be left with $7 million at the end. I might be left enough for a house in Vancouver. And then what would I live on? Where would the rest of the income from? I mean, how would I pay the property taxes on the house? The reason I keep it is to have an income, and it involves work. It's work to I do my own repairs here as much as I can, so as not to have to call a plumber or a plasterer or a painter. I manage it myself. I do as many repairs as I can myself as a handyman in order to keep the operating costs down.
Okay.
I think that being a rental housing provider is something which is not a dishonorable form of making a living. That's what I think.
Mhm. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. That's
You're
it for
welcome.
questions. Appreciate it. Thank you for calling in. Just looking at the clerks here. We're at 9:49. So we are on speaker number, clerks, are we at 22, I think?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, 22 is shown as withdrawn. That was a mistake on staff's part.
Okay,
22 is Arsha Dillon.
great. Arsha Dillon, please go ahead.
Hello, can you folks hear me?
We sure can.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Hello to all the councilmen and councilwomen. Thank you, Tina, for fitting me in. I want to present a different perspective on this whole debate. I am an immigrant who was born and raised in India. At the age of 20 years ago, I decided to move to Canada. Been here since. This is going to be my home forever and ever. My children are going to be born and raised here, and their children, and so on and so forth. The reason why I choose to move from a third world country to a first world democratic country is so that I can have right to free speech, right to safety and liberty, and right to the protection of my property. I was never under the illusion that I would have the right to subsidized rentals, as well as I never assumed that I would have a right to live in the city of Vancouver. I came with $350 in my pocket, as is a typical immigrant story. And right now, I'm proud to say I live in downtown Vancouver with my wife, and I own a rental property out of the city limits. Everything that we have, we busted our rear ends to save for and to buy. Nothing was handed down to us by our parents or by our grandparents. And for people who got properties inherited from their parents or grandparents, I have no issues with them. So be it. For people who complain about not being able to buy, who complain about not being able to afford properties, time and time again, I have noticed that they do not have sound fiscal education. They do not have the discipline to forego the pleasures of life that everybody wants to enjoy. Nice cars, nice clothes, nice vacations, nice dine-outs, drinks, concerts, but save. Tighten your belt, save every dime. The $2,000 that you pay to live in downtown Vancouver, if you're lucky, otherwise you pay about $2,500, you could rent in Abbotsford for less than half of the cost, save for down payment, buy your primary residence, buy your principal residence. Then you work upwards. Nobody talks about that. It's as if we have crybabies on one end who lack the fiscal discipline to save and increase their earnings to get into the property market. And on the other end, we have demons, proverbial demons in the shape of landlords. I don't think they are. Like many other sectors, property owning and property renting is a legitimate business. Nobody's forcing you to rent off of landlords. You are, on your volition, choosing to move to a municipality and wanting to live there. You can go live in Mission. You can live in Agassiz. You can live in Merritt. You can live wherever you want. You're choosing to be here. I think we need to think along those lines. Another problem that we don't talk about is the dirty money that has come from overseas that continues to pour in the tune of billions of dollars every month. People come in with $1 million, for example, They leverage it 20 times, they buy a property, then they get into flipping games. That has been happening, continues to happen. The fancy cars that we see being driven around in downtown, the Lambos, the Ferraris, the Bentleys, these are not the people who are locals. These are not your crooked landlords who you're so upset about. The federal government is to be blamed for this, for crafting these kind of terrible immigration policies, where instead of attracting people who are willing to work hard, who are willing to come into this country, protect it, nourish it, nurture it, create new things, innovate, instead of doing that, they're allowing people to come in with boatloads of legitimate and many boatloads of illegitimate money and turning real estate markets on its head. I would love for a councilman or a councilwoman to ask me a question. Other than that, that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you so
again.
much. Right, I don't see any questions for you, so Council, we are at 5 to 10, so we have a decision to make. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 speakers left on the list, which is 30 minutes, probably without questions. And then in order to close the speakers list, I would have to call 3 times as usual. So I would suggest we would have 40 minutes perhaps of speakers at the outside if we don't ask questions.
Motion to extend to hear from speakers.
Oh, okay. Now we need a 2/3 to do that. So just so council knows. Okay, we have a seconder. Okay, council. So I'm going to do yays and nays. All in favor of extending, say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Opposed, say nay. Okay, we're extended. I'm going to go to speaker number 23. John Stovell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. To the mayor, I recall a speech that you made, perhaps at the Board of Trade or somewhere, where you talked about the fact that we need to build rental. We need to build a lot of rental. And I think you alluded to the fact that something like 90 or north of 90% of the property in the city that can accommodate rental housing is owned by the private sector. That's a fact. If we want to have a utopian world for tenants where we don't need to find a balance between the business of real estate and the business of renting and what rents are, and we can fund that all through the public sector and through our taxes as a collective society, that's fine. But until that time, we have to find out how to get the people who own 90% of the property to build the rental housing that we need. Continuing to persecute private capital, in hog-tying capital and painting people into corners with motions like this, and the recent REIT motion, which unfairly and inaccurately and ignorantly targeted the REIT and institutional investment sector, who are the only people who are funding equity for rental at scale, large rental projects, and also a lot of the time the debt of those projects. These are very misguided ideas. And, while that's happening, and I think David Sander and Bo Jarvis have done, a more than adequate job of describing why and exactly in detail this is a misguided policy. But the irony to me is while we're doing this ridiculous C2 motion that will do nothing to create any new rental units, we have a motion on ice that was completely supported by industry, by the landlord industry, to increase FSR in C2 to 6 stories for projects that would be 100% rental. That motion has been kicked down the road and down the road and down the road, and all the while we're working on this. So, to Mr. Jarvis's point, this is the kind of proactive and positive thing that was supported by industry and, on balance, vastly supported by the public. And why did it get delayed? More consultation, which is just, in my mind, an excuse for a lack of political courage to do what needs to be done to solve the problem. And in addition to that, myopic view of downzoning and constraining people and tying up their assets is all happening while, as I think this council knows, and I think the mayor knows, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of rental units in the development pipeline, hundreds and hundreds and thousands of which would be below market, MERC, workforce housing, that are tied up in the planning department on matters of trees and driveways and shadows and view cones and tower separation and amount of windows and how far buildings are apart from each other. That's the problem. Why are we spending all this time, persecuting and punishing people who have decided to stay in the most inefficient, smallest and tenuous form of rental housing instead of actually working on creating thousands of new units? So it's misguided. It's fruitless. I think, as I said, Mr. Jarvis and Mr. Sander have told you exactly why. I would like council to focus, as Mr. Jarvis has suggested, on how we can build thousands of new units, persecuting REITs, persecuting institutional investors, and holding up thousands and thousands of units that are gummed up in planning due to your policies and policies of past councils is the real issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. I have 24 and 25 have withdrawn, so we're on number 26, Cameron Thorne.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Please go ahead,
Okay.
up to 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. So my name is Cameron Thorne. I'm Vice President of Development with Strand. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I'm speaking in opposition to the recommendation to extend the rental housing stock ODP to the C2 zones. Council, I think despite the differences in the approach or ideology that may exist amongst you, I genuinely believe that you all want to see an increase in the supply of rental housing. And I also believe that you want to establish a policy and regulatory framework that encourages the private sector to build rental housing. So my great concern is that the recommendations to you this evening don't accomplish either one of those things. Rather than encouraging or facilitating developers to leverage capital with its inherent risks, these recommendations will undermine both the incentive and the desire to redevelop, and will also reduce the quantity of capital that can be leveraged to the construction of new rental housing. Like you, developers want to build rental housing. However, these recommendations will introduce new and unnecessary obstacles to our efforts. In my view, policy instruments that alter property uses and negatively impact property values should be considered very carefully and undertaken only when it's demonstrated that there's a serious problem that the current policy environment is not addressing. However, that's not the case here. The current policy environment has resulted in a net gain of over 600 rental housing units in the C2 zones in the last decade. Under that current policy environment, that trend of building more rental housing in the C2 areas will continue. Conversely, if these recommendations should be adopted, there'll be a downward trend in the rental supply in C2 areas. So, in closing, ironically, the key council objective of increasing the supply of rental housing will be severely undermined by the recommendations before you tonight. I would suggest strongly that it is in the public interest, and in fact in the interest of the renters of the City of Vancouver, that council not adopt these recommendations. Thanks so much for your consideration of my points.
Thank you. I'm just checking here. I don't see any questions for you this evening, so I'm going to move to the next speaker.
To figure out something. Are you going to go to bed now?
Oh, we can hear a Thor Bow. Is that Thor Bow, the next speaker?
Yes, I am. I am here.
Oh, great. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Thor Bow. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm born and raised here, and even in my cumulative 10 years of being outside Vancouver, my Vancouverness has always been in my heart. And it's even an asset to my career when I worked outside BC or Canada in areas of community development and urban planning. I had an uncle who in 1982 exited being an owner of a 40-suite rental building in the West End. So I've got a lot of insight to Vancouver's owner's side because I lived in that building and my mother was the manager of the building. I returned home 10 years ago to help take care of my mother. Now, over 90% of my income goes to shelter, and it's precarious shelter. I've been couch surfing for 10 years. I support the bylaw to extend the rental housing stock, ODP, to include the C2 properties because I want any new construction to require one-to-one replacement of rental residential units. If there's an alternative to this ODP, because I understand the business side, I also have an MBA and it's in sustainability, and I paid very close attention to real estate arguments. There's a lot of opportunity here, and I'm somewhat impressed by Mr. Jarvis. He was strident. He had a lot to say, but I think that bankers are not the only sources of funding. And I doubt that Mr. Jarvis really has to be concerned whether he has enough money to pay rent towards the end of this month, enough money for food, or even the possibility of a rent eviction, which has occurred to me with a bad faith landlord. I'm thinking here, though, in capitalism, if it could have delivered dignified rental units at affordable prices, well, once upon it did, under the Bretton Woods conditions. But the Bretton Woods era also gave capital a reason to go on strike, to stop investing when they would get zero or even lose money in investments. So it needed an macroeconomic reset, and it got it. But we then find out that labor has stagnant income or even decreasing wages. So we needed another macro reset, which should have happened in 2008. So we're in a macroeconomic interregnum. In Canada, Mr. Jarvis said that there was concern that perhaps the banks would not fund these things, and I got the impression he was implying some kind of redlining of an entire city over C2 zones. I think that's a little bit absurd. Nonetheless, I do agree with Mr. Jarvis. There's legitimacy that we get everyone at the table to find solutions. I'm still asking you to vote in favor of the C2 area to protect 3,000 housing units already and add existing affordability of 40% less in rental prices than buildings built in 2018. We need modest housing. We don't need luxury appearance and materials that's normal when new construction occurs, or the the existing affordable housing stock that is being taken over by the REITs, which was part of the area of my exploration during my MBA. We don't need hyperinflated prices, and maybe a loss of equity would be a good thing. Money is abstract. It's something that's not actually real. Money is an artifact of our culture. It's very convenient and useful for us, but it's not real. Its prices, its valuation is actually very arbitrary, but people are real. So councillors, if you do pass the C2 inclusion, then you're signaling that your patience for business as usual is ending. It will motivate real estate capital to make some substantial concessions, and it might even include increasing wages to workers so that people can afford the sky-high rent prices that we've got. My position is principled. It's about human rights and government responsibility to ensure conditions exist for community health in all dimensions of well-being. Thank you for putting me inside your listening, and good luck in your deliberations.
Thank you so much. I don't see anybody on the list to ask you questions, so I'm going to go to the next speaker, who is David Wessick.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes, but whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I probably will take my 5 minutes. Everybody's probably itching to get out of here, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I am very strongly opposed to the recommendations in this report. Full disclosure, I am in the real estate industry, but I also do reside in Vancouver with my wife and kids. Born and raised in Vancouver, I live in Kitsilano. Our situation. So my wife and I own 2 buildings at the northwest corner of 4th and Elma Street. These buildings are zoned C2. Each of them, they're about 80 years old and have about 26 units in total. I should note that my family and I, we live about 5 blocks away from these buildings, so this is our neighborhood as well. The buildings, they're in fair shape given their age. We take good care of them, but they won't last forever. We need to consider development at some point. We did purchase the properties in 2016, knowing that they were C2 zones, permitting the 2.5 FSR. And if this motion passes, it's going to result in a loss in value to us of about $5 million, which is significant. That would be the implication to me and my family. If you pass this tonight, I'm going to get a call from my banker tomorrow. But that's my situation, and regardless of what happens, I'll be okay. I'm not looking for sympathy. We've had good fortune. We will be fine. It's funny. I had some things prepared to say tonight. Given how this conversation has gone, I'm probably going to go off script a little bit. It really seems like this is descended into a bit of a debate and just a standard kind of landlord versus tenant fight, and the old rhetoric and narratives that you constantly hear. Instead of focusing on what the issue is, how this started, which was a perceived concern over massive rental loss coming in C2 zones. So that's what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to take it back to what the issue really is, because we're kind of descending into, a broader debate, which I don't think is helpful and not the purpose of this. So what's being proposed tonight, in my opinion, is misinformed and reckless. It is a downzoning of 376 properties in the C2 zone, which have existing rental. So this move will cost 376 taxpayers upwards of $500 million, and I don't know if that's ever been done before. The downzoning came from a motion that was first put forward in May 2019. And that motion was based on a concern that the city was losing all of this affordable rental to condo development in C2 zones and other arterials. So the motion stated that, C2 zones are under increasingly high redevelopment pressure, and there's got to be quick action. So that motion then snowballed into this public hearing that we're at today. And so, but those suggestions over concerning C2 zones that started all of this and put this all into motion are simply wrong. As it turns out, only 81 units in C2 zones have been lost over 10 years. That's 8 units a year. Right? So we're talking about $500 million for 8 units a year. That is not intense redevelopment pressure as the original motion would suggest. As other speakers have mentioned and staff have mentioned, you've seen a gain in 700 units in C2. So this suggests to me that C2 is actually a success story in building new rental and is not a big source of these rental losses. I also actually think it's worth noting that in the same table in the report to council, I think it was figure 3. There were actually more rental units lost in RS zones over that same 10-year period. So more units lost, more rental units lost in RS over C2, and actually even more lost in RT zones versus C2. So, based on the logic of all this, does that mean that the inclusion of RS zones in the rental ODP, is that coming next? Are we going to be here in 2 years talking about that? That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think there is the problem with the zoning that the original motion suggests. I think it's also important to point out the timing in which it's taken us to get here. So, as I said, the motion was put forward in May 2019. Here we are at public hearing less than 2 years later, getting ready to downzone 376 properties. So downzoning 376 properties is happening faster than it usually takes to rezone one property. Given all of this, perhaps it would give us cause to step back and rethink this. Do we understand the consequences? Thanks. Do we understand the problem that we're trying to solve here? I'm quite. Am I done? Am I out of time?
Yep, you do have a question from Councillor Wiebe, though. Go ahead, Councillor Wiebe.
Sure.
Yeah, one of the quick questions. One of the other concerns council had been brought up during that last talk was the loss of affordable commercial space and the connections to our neighborhoods. Do you want to speak to a little bit about the commercial side of this?
Sure. I mean, I think similar to, housing, older commercial, similar to older housing, older apartment buildings, it's got its challenges, and these buildings were not meant to last 100 years, particularly if they're wood frame. I think the same thing applies to some of the older buildings that have commercial in it too. These spaces are simply not viable anymore. You can't house, and lease them out to tenants who, you can't accommodate their needs. So they need to be redeveloped, and you need to build new retail with it. But the thing is, though, it's not financially viable. A shovel does not go in the ground unless there is an economic return. I know most of the people tonight speaking will hate me for saying that, but nothing gets built, no unit of anything, no home, no commercial space, unless there's an economic incentive. Until all space is subsidized by the government, you're relying on private sector to do it, and there needs to be a bit of economic incentive to do it. And whether it's new commercial or new residential, whether it's condo or apartment, unless there is an economic incentive for somebody to put their nest egg at risk, borrow another $15 million and then roll the dice, nothing will get built. So, but all these commercial properties too, even with the ground floor retail, same issues. They're obsolete now, absolutely obsolete.
Thanks.
Thank you. That's it for questions, I think. Yep, that's it for questions. Thanks very much for calling in. We've got Sarah Sagai, speaker number 29.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Thanks for staying up, and you've got the floor for 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. Sarah Sagai here, tenant advocate. I am obviously speaking in support of the proposal. I have witnessed in just the last couple of years several buildings going through evictions because of the absence of this protection. To name a few, 3532 East Hastings, 815 Commercial Drive, 1875 U Street, 2525 Carolina Street, and 1770 Davie Street, also known as Berkeley Tower, which the mayor personally wrote to the former housing minister about their eviction, asking to find a way to stop it. It didn't stop. They got re-evicted by Mr. Stovall, who spoke here. And last August, the last tenant in the building died in the hospital sooner than he could move out. These tenants are my people and my community, and they're being pushed out by the policies of your administration. And your TRP policy, I heard one of the developers mention that earlier, as your own staff would attest to it, when there's no housing, you can't find replacement housing, and it's basically just a buyout policy. These buildings are the last of the existing affordable stock that are being put up for redevelopment by the lack of this protection. I've heard so many times during rezonings for expensive rental buildings in low-income, low-rent neighborhoods that end up evicting and pushing out current residents, that if we say no to this project, the developer could just build a condo without a rezoning. 2 years ago, I was speaking at council, personally advocating for tenants at 3532 East Hastings. Council asked the developer to allow the 8 tenants to come back to the 30-something rental building that was going to be built at a comparable rent. Developer said, no, we're going to build condos if you ask us to do that. So here's your chance, council. This is entirely in your hands. You cannot allow condos to be built in places where affordable rentals exist. You have the power to prevent that from happening. 22% of our existing rental stock do not have this basic protection. Are we prepared to lose these units? What do you think is going to happen to our city if that happens? Aren't we supposed to increase the supply of housing and not lose that existing supply? And also, according to a city report from May 2019, between 2009 and 2019, approximately 589 existing units were affected by developments in areas not protected by the ODP. Unfortunately, this proposal only extends the protection to 4% out of the 22%, but as the report says, this represents 3,050 rental units. That's a lot of people who are going to be impacted. And we also know, as the report said, they typically are 40% lower rent than average, and they tend to have very long-term tenants and low income. So developers are speaking here tonight. They've submitted an opposition. You also have tenants there that have, I saw at least one submission from someone who's directly impacted by the lack of this protection, asking council to protect them. I want you to consider the fact that most of the people who have been impacted by the absence of this protection very likely fit into one or more of these categories. They're pushed out of the city, don't have secure housing, live in SROs, live on the streets or with family and friends, working too many hours to pay an unaffordable rent, to pay attention to politics, or dead. They can't come and tell you what happened to them, especially because the many times that they have, you haven't heard them. I personally think it's a miracle that you get even one tenant writing to you, telling you that this affects them personally. I am someone who knows a lot about policy and city bureaucracy, but honestly, if I personally had insecure housing, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be able to speak to you. So consider the fact that a lot of people here, it's their job to lobby and protect their profits, and some other people, it literally takes them so many hoops to jump through to even understand what the heck is a C2 zone, and to be able to advocate for themselves. So which will you listen to? In the city survey, you saw that renters overwhelmingly support this proposal, and property owners don't. It's not really shocking, but the question is, which will you listen to, and who do you represent? It comes down to which you think is a human right: access to housing or entitlement to profits off of unceded land. I personally think the entitlement that we're hearing tonight is astounding. Thanks for listening, and let's focus on no more preventable evictions.
Thanks so much. I don't see anybody on the list to ask you questions, so I'm going to go to the next speaker. Number 30, Evan Gainsbow.
Mayor Stewart, the clerk
Yes.
here. I understand that speaker number 30 is not on the line.
Okay, council, that's it for our list. So I'm going to call now for first time. If anybody else would like to speak to this item, please call 1-833-353-8610, code 15917 hashtag to get on the list. And I'm going to ask the clerk now, is there, after this first call, is there anybody on the list?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, we have speaker Neil Padham on the line.
Great. Thank you, Neil Padham. Please go ahead whenever you're ready. Up to 5 minutes.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We can. Yep. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Neil. I'm currently a renter living in Renfrew, Collingwood. I'm here to support this proposal. As we all know, Vancouver's in a housing crisis. And tonight we've heard a lot of talk about housing stock, units, zoning, development. It all gets pretty confusing. What we often forget is that every unit demolished is a renter and their family who's now losing their home. There's a human behind every eviction. In fact, I'm presently being evicted myself, and I really wouldn't recommend the process. You don't understand until you go through it yourself. For the past few weeks, I've been refreshing Craigslist every day. I spend a significant portion of my time responding to ads, attending showings, filling out applications. I'm not looking forward to paying 20% more to rent per month. And part of being a renter in Vancouver is this constant feeling of precarity. At any moment, you can lose your housing and you're left to try and find somewhere to live, typically for a higher rate than your current rent. I don't currently live in a C2 zone, but I can sympathize with tenants in those areas who might face eviction themselves. Many of these tenants are lower income, long-term. They've lived in these units for a long time. They're our neighbors, they work in our community, and they're part of the character of our city. As noted in the proposal and noted by the people who've called in, the current proposal doesn't even provide protection or sufficient protection to the people living in these zones. Even a one-to-one replacement isn't enough, because if they're offered rentals at 20% below market rent, it's still going to be more than what they currently pay. So that could lead to them having to move out of their neighborhood, move into an SRO, move out of the city, or even become homeless. So while I support this proposal, I also recognize that it's not sufficient protection for those tenants in C2 zones. I also want to address the point of property values. Whenever we discuss housing, there's a lot of focus on property values and profits. I'd like to point out that in the past 2 decades, property values in Vancouver have increased between 300% and 400%. With our extremely low vacancies and sky-high property values, developing and renting in Vancouver is and always has been a profitable enterprise. In these C2 zones, landlords have been collecting rents from these long-term rentals for decades, enjoying considerable gains in their property value over the same period. If they don't have money to maintain these units, that's a reflection on their practices as landlords, not the fault of municipal regulations or tenants. Extending protections already afforded to other areas isn't going to be a catastrophic event. Housing isn't just something that can be bought and sold. Every rental unit lost represents a person, a worker, a family who's forced to move. As a tenant currently being evicted, I feel great solidarity with tenants in these C2 zones who may be facing eviction as well. I feel grateful for the basic protections afforded to me by our laws, and I believe that tenants deserve the same protections regardless of where they live in Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in this evening. I don't see questions. I'm going to ask the clerk if there's anybody else on the list.
Mayor Stewart, there is one other speaker on the list.
Okay, I'll make this my second call then. Okay. Second call for speakers. And speaker, go ahead whenever you're ready. Up to 5 minutes. Speaker, if you just let us know your name and if you're a resident of Vancouver, and you may be on mute.
Hello?
Hi there. Up to 5 minutes. Your name and whether you're a resident of Vancouver, and please go ahead.
My name is Larissa, and I live in Vancouver, and I support the extension of the rental housing stock official development plan to require rental replacement in C2, C2B, C2C, and C2C1 commercial districts. Unfortunately, 22% of our existing rental stock does not have basic protection. 4% will help to protect over 3,050 rental units with an average rent that's 40% lower than market rates. Every unit is important to the people who live there. Loss of housing is a traumatizing experience, as the last speaker just spoke about, and it can be prevented with further renters' protections. Governments need to stop incentivizing the destruction of affordable housing, so this motion is a great step in protecting renters. We're still in this pandemic, and housing for every single resident should be Council's top priority. We need a guarantee of one-to-one replacement for affordable rentals. And conversations I've heard where thousands of dollars per month are discussed as affordable is not realistic for low-income residents. Whether a person is able to work or save has no bearing on their right to housing in the communities where they are connected to friends and family. Separating low-income people denies dignity and is a heartless approach to housing. I remind you that BIPOC, queer, and disabled people are more vulnerable to systemic economic exclusion and are less likely to be able to speak to council. REITs were mentioned. REITs are predatory and focused only on shareholder income rather than quality of life or affordability for renters. Their involvement always results in displacement and aggressive gentrification and rental rate increases. Your most vulnerable constituents need protection from REITs. People are fleeing Vancouver because of the housing crisis. I lose at least 2 friends per year who leave specifically because of the housing crisis, making the city unlivable. When friends become pregnant, it should be a source of joy, but instead now I wonder when they're going to decide that they can't afford to stay in Vancouver because of housing instability. Searching for housing in Vancouver is a harrowing experience, and the worst thing is that it's completely preventable. In the city survey, renters overwhelmingly support this proposal. 53% of your constituents are renters, and we all deserve protection regardless of our ability to own property. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you. So I'm going to make another call. This is the third final call for speakers this evening. And the live stream and Twitter has all the information you need to call in. Clerks, do we have anybody else on the line?
Mayor Stewart, we do have another speaker on the line.
Great. Thanks so much for calling in. And if you just want to give your name and whether you're a resident of Vancouver, if we can, you can have your 5 minutes.
Yes, my name's Stephen Boas. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I live in Grandview Woodland in a rental zone in RM4. But I strongly support this motion, and I believe that people who live in the C2 zone just a block or so away from me should have the same rights as I do in terms of one-to-one replacement. The renters on Commercial Drive add a lot to the vitality of this neighborhood, and it would be a real shame not to have that rental protection. So here what I'm seeing is that I've been, am I online still?
You are.
Okay, so these policies for the rental protection extension it's a great idea, and I want to just address some of the things that came up in the staff presentation and also with some of the other speakers. In terms of looking at what's happened, a couple of nights ago there was a rezoning of a property on Canby Street at 4118 Canby, and that property owner actually had a approved CD1 for strata. And then they decided 2 nights ago at a public hearing to change that building into a 100% rental building at the same height and FSR. And when asked, the applicant said that, well, they're doing this, because it financially makes sense. So I'm, a little bit skeptical about these claims that about the huge losses that are being claimed in the staff report, because here you can actually see an example of where a change was made to go from strata back into rental. In terms of looking at the huge cost of everything to renters, if you look at number of people who've actually, I've met someone living in an RV, and I struck up a conversation a couple of months ago, and he was evicted from a C2 zone and is now living on the street. The city's levied $600 worth of parking fines against them, and the eviction is very real, and the current market does not allow people to save a lot of money and do a down payment. The financial system is no longer viable because of the way the central banks work, the zero interest rate policies, the huge increases in capital wealth. So if you're not part of the system in terms of ownership, you will stay a renter for the rest of your life unless you're very, very, very lucky and you've got a couple of breaks. So I think the reality is that it's incredibly important to support renters. And at one point in my life, I was actually paying over 70% of my income in rent. Now I've changed jobs and so on, so I'm not quite paying as much, but I do realize I know what it is like to be under the gun in terms of being very close to eviction. And I also wanted to remind members of council at the Vancouver and District Labor Council backed many of you, with their policies in favor of the little person. There's the platform of whether it's One City or the Green Party of Vancouver or the Coalition of Progressive Electors, speaking about the needs to protect renters and pro-renter policies. And I think, it is time to deliver, because if we just go back to so many public hearings, you always see, one win after another win for big money and developers over and over and over again. So here, there's a chance to chalk one win up for the renters. And I'm asking you to show the leadership to put people first, who are renters, who are most vulnerable, and to pass this. This should be like a no-nonsense item to pass, and there could be other items to do, like to protect these rental protection policies. So the one-to-one replacement is actually by area, and to address some of the shortcomings. And there are also some other protections that would come in from the rental protection ODP, such as the tenant relocation. So there's a lot of protections that can be afforded, and it is these rental units in the mature rental stock along arterials that have C2 and other places where there are C2 that have a lot of the most affordable rentals. And this has been identified by staff that some of these units are 40%, less than a brand new market. And a lot of the buildings have been built like a while ago, and they're already paid off, and they're adding so much vitality.
We're at the 5 minutes, so thank you for calling in. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to ask the clerk, is there any more speakers on the line?
One more speaker, Mayor Stewart.
Okay. Speaker, if you could just say your name and whether you're a resident of Vancouver.
Yes, I assume that's me.
Yes, I think so.
It's Elizabeth Murphy, and I am a resident of Vancouver. So I am calling in to speak in favor of this motion, and I am actually a property owner and a property owner with rentals that are already affected by the existing rental housing ODP restrictions in RM zones. And I think there's a lot of misconception about how this will affect the building of new rentals. If it's just a one-for-one replacement, it's not going to prevent new rentals from being built because they would be counted as the replacements. And in terms of new strata, it still allows for new development. It just means that part of it would be rental. So it's not as onerous as many are making it out to be, I think. And also, when I was working for the city in housing and properties many years ago, when this policy was first being created, it always struck me as a mistake to not have included the C2 zones, and so I think that this is just correcting a mistake that was made a long time ago. And those rentals in the C2 zones are just as important for the small amount of protection that they get under the rental housing ODP for one-to-one replacement as any of the other rental across the city in the RM zones. So I think it's very important, and even though it has affected me over the currently, I don't see where it's that a bad thing at all. I see it as a good public policy, and I strongly encourage council to approve this report. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for calling in. I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for participating. Clerks, have we got anybody else there on the line?
No, Mayor Stewart, the line appears to be clear.
Okay, so we're going to close the speakers list, and as we haven't had any correspondence since 5 p.m. today, we're going to close the receipt of public comments, and that, council, will be it for this evening. When we return 6 p.m. on April 1st, we will be able to ask questions of staff and then move to a decision. So can I have a motion to recess?
Motion to recess.
Motion to recess.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor Dejanova. All in favor of recess, say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great. And just a reminder to council not to speak to folks about this as we're in the middle of the public hearing. Great. So thank you very much, council. Anything else, clerks? We're good?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And we'll talk to you.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks.
Good night.
Thanks,
Talk to you tomorrow.
staff. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Good night. Good night.